Good evening. Welcome to our LPA meeting for May the 13th. It's always nice to have people in the audience. We like people. Thank you. First thing on the agenda is roll call.
Okay, Cheryl Culberson.
Here.
Patrick Foley. Here. Tony Hammond.
Here.
Susan Raffanello.
Here.
Jane Trine.
Here.
Lori Valland.
Here.
And Deb Gillis.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And we're all present. That's always nice. Second thing is pledge. Jim, will you start us this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is additions or deletions, emergency additions. Do we have anything from the board, from staff? Okay, we do need to make a short announcement. Jennifer, do you want me to inform everybody about John's on Zoom, or do you want to do that?
Sure, we just did.
Our lawyer this evening ended up with a slight injury, and so he will be on Zoom this evening with us. He's not present in the room, but he will be on Zoom with us, and that would be John Quick. Okay, next is general public comment. These are comments that are not subject matters on our agenda for this evening. Do I have any general public comment?
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I learned before this meeting that our planning director has filed a hostile workplace complaint. And I just am really sorry that that had to happen. And I would just say that every time I see Jennifer, I see Ty Harris right with her. And he being the previous...
Well, your mic went off.
And her being the present planning director, I don't think that really aids to a non-hostile environment among the people who are observing it. And at the last meeting, we had several items that, Mr. Harris represents the, plans, and he's in that department, but he has, I don't think, a right to come up in the middle of a meeting and to use our planning director as his secretary and advisor during a meeting. I don't think that's good, and I think that is one of the reasons that there is hostility. And it's not anybody that I can point a finger at. It's just not a good plan and a good posture, and it does not show transparency, does not show neutrality. It shows prejudice and bias. And thank you very much.
Who's next? Please state your name.
Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I know there's been a lot of talk here in the past by the Village Council about disbanding all of you and taking over your responsibilities as the LPA. I have stated many times at public comment in the meetings, I do not think that's a good idea. They don't even have time to get to the issues they're supposed to be getting to now. It seems like I can't remember the last time anything has been on their agenda unless it was development or land issues. What about the fills? What about the park? What about all the other things? So I would implore you all to fight for your positions. I think that you all do a good job, and it also gives us, the public, an idea into what's coming up before it goes to council so we can do a little more research as well. So I think you all have been doing a good job, and I hope you continue fighting for your positions and make sure that the LPA stays separate from the council. Thank you.
Here, here.
Thank you. Next, any other general public comment? One more time. Anybody on Zoom for general public comment?
I don't have any history.
Okay. One more time in the room. Any other general public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on. We have a consent agenda this evening of our minutes from March the 11th. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
A motion and a second?
Second.
I got a first and a second.
Lori Lalonde,
Yes.
Toby Hammond,
Yes.
Cheryl Culbertson, Patrick Foley,
Yes.
Susan Raffanello,
Yes.
James Ryan,
Yes.
and Chair Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Now we move on to public hearings. The first thing is tab A, which is one of the Sojourn properties. It's for the Flume. And in tab B is the zoning change. I would request, unless the applicant or any of the other members, that we at least hear them together, and then afterwards we vote separately on them. Any objection to that? Okay, and hearing none, I assume that John will read our titles yet? Is that right?
Yep, and sorry again for attending via Zoom. I think some of you know that I have had a serious ankle injury, so I was not able to come down. So I apologize for that. Let me pull it up, sorry. I'm sorry, in my packet, I don't have the ordinance.
Can,
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, I don't have it in Civic Clerk or in the packet that was emailed around. I don't have, I'm just realizing I don't have the
title's on the
actual
agenda.
ordinance in this. I'm sorry.
the title's on the agenda. Do you have a copy of the agenda?
Let me see. Thank you, Deb. Yep. 6A is an ordinance of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Sojourn South LLC, to amend the village's future land use map from conservation to mixed use for the subject property located on Lower Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00394480-000108 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. B is an ordinance of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Sojourn South LLC, to amend the official zoning map from conservation to commercial fishing for the subject property located at Lower Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00394480-000108 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce.
Thank you. So the reason this is in front of us, we had this in front of us in January 1st, I believe, and we voted in January, is there was a advertising glitch and we needed to hear it again. And this is the first meeting that we've been able to have everybody that needed to be present and here to do this. So we are rehearing this. Jennifer, are you going to do a brief?
I can do a brief presentation. I'd also like to ask that the presentation and materials from the January 11th LPA meeting be included into the record as well.
Okay.
Again, this is a request from Sojourn South LLC for a map amendment and a zoning amendment request. The map amendment is to change from conservation to mixed-use designation, and the zoning amendment is from conservation to commercial fishing designation. The property is located in Lower Matacumbe at real estate number 00394480-000108. It's on vacant property, so there is no address. It's comprising of approximately 1.74 acres. It's historically been used for the storage of lobster traps, the repair of lobster traps, and docking facilities for commercial fishing vessels. It's adjacent to the Lobster Walk, one of our only two remaining commercial fishing uses within the village. The applicant is requesting that this amendment in support of returning the property to its zoning prior to village incorporation. The applicant's representative, Ty Harris, has submitted a letter of intent detailing the map amendment and the zoning amendment request. As the chair stated, in January, the LPA voted 6-1 in favor, with the recommendation to also create a sub-area that limits the area to commercial fishing and related activities. At this time, I'm going to pass on any additional report and let the applicant's representative speak.
If anybody has any questions going forward, we'll go over it. Mr. Harris.
Good evening. Ty Harris, 110 Plantation Shores Drive, Tavernier, Florida. You know, the one that meets with Jennifer all the time.
Right.
It is my job. So other than that, I won't address Van's comments, which I thought were a little below the belt.
Let's move on to the subject, please.
All right. So pick up where we left off. 20 years ago, this property was commercial fishing in the county. There were discussions between then newly formed Isla Mirada and the owner of the property about a purchase of the property to turn part of it into conservation and part of it into a park. There was actually an offer made by my clients to the village for less than $1 million to sell the entire parcel. That did not happen, but the village's desire to move forward with the zoning which they wanted did move forward, and part of the property was rezoned to conservation and part of it was rezoned to public use recreation. A lawsuit ensued. The lawsuit addressed the northern part of the property, and out of that lawsuit, the settlement was 6 single-family home sites, which are currently now platted. The building permits have been issued, I think, for 4. There's 2 left to go, but that's what's going to happen on the north end of the parcel. So the piece of property we're now talking about is the part of property that was not addressed in the lawsuit, which sits between Lobster Walk and the 6 platted lots. If you look at a map, most of that property is underwater. There's a very thin slice, which is where the crab traps were stored, that is currently existing there now. So that kind of sets the stage, reminds everybody where we were. The applicant is now requesting to have its comp plan and zoning back so that it retains all of the rights that come with commercial fishing, not just what's there now. And the reason that's important is that, as you've heard testimony from people that are opposed to the project, and you've heard me talk about it, the shoreline there is being degraded by boats coming in and blowing out what we call hurricane holes. And the damage is to such an extent that after I brought the village biologist down there, he says that it's going to take a DEP and Army Corps permit to actually restore the shoreline. So the plan, as I understand it, is to create a dock that basically protects the shoreline, keeps the mangroves in place, and would be beyond that. And in order to do that, you've got to have your zoning back. You can't do it under conservation. It's not an allowed use. I can put a cell tower, I can put a boardwalk, but I can't put a dock. So that's a real problem. The other thing, I've heard a lot about what people think is going to happen to this underwater property. And the ownership of the north parcel and the ownership of the southern parcel are the same. There's one different owner on the southern piece. And just if you step back for a minute and you put your rational brain in operation, why would you take on jeopardize, these houses are going to go for $5.5 million apiece. Why would you do anything on this piece of property we're talking about tonight that would jeopardize the value of your real asset, which are the 6 lots to the north? So it just doesn't make sense, the things that I've heard that that are spun out there that would happen with this property. There's just not the room for it, and you don't want to do anything that would impact the value of the northern piece. And I'll save a little time for rebuttal, but I want to remind you of something, and this is for the attorneys in the audience, and for those that aren't attorneys, this may or may not be new. There's a legal theory called coming to the nuisance, and it actually comes from the creation of affordable housing for retirees out in Arizona. And so what these developers would do is buy large, cheap parcels of land that just happen to be around usually cattle ranches. And so they built quarter-acre lots and built retirement communities, and people would move in, and then all of a sudden there'd be an uproar that it smelled, it was dusty and noisy. And they would sue the cattle ranch for being a nuisance. And Judge scratched his head, and the theory of coming to the nuisance was born, which was the judge says you don't have a remedy because the commercial use was there before you were there. And that's exactly what's happening here. That commercial use has been there much longer than any of the homes that the people that are going to complain about this property have been in. They came to the nuisance. So there is a legal theory that kind of explains how the law takes a dim view of people that complain after they go into a piece of property that has been used commercially much longer than they've been there. And with that, I will conclude my presentation and reserve a couple of minutes for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. As a reminder, Jennifer said this, but last time we voted 6-1 to create accept the flume and recommend a sub-area for it that's related to the commercial fishing, just as a reminder.
Your vote on the zoning was 7-0.
Oh, that's true. The vote, yes. The second one was 7-0. Is there any comments before we?
For the record, I also believe, though, it's important to point out that was before any posting of any kind whatsoever was done on the property, which allowed the impacted residents and others at that area to come forward with their additional evidence and information, which I found greatly helpful when we were supposed to rehear it again, and then it got pulled from the agenda for another posting. But we have since gotten some more, and I wanted to say thank you for that. And by no means do I believe Deb's comments were intended to suggest that the panel was predisposed to this issue.
No, I just wanted to remind Deb, because it's been since January since we've talked about this. We can go two ways. We can have comment here, or we can go direct to public comment. Okay. On public, yes. No, go ahead.
Quick question. Can you tell me when the property was last bought and sold?
My computer's acting up, so if you want to go to public comment, I'll try to get into it and get back to you.
Okay. So on public comment, I know we have 2 people on Zoom. Just one?
We have 6 people on Zoom.
6? Okay. So there's a gentleman on Zoom, Kevin. I forgot Kevin's last name already.
He may have, he's not there unless he phoned in.
Now. Never mind. Okay, so we'll open this up for public comment. Anita, you want to call a couple, 2, 3 names in a row, and then we'll, okay?
We have Van Cadenhead, Ermaine Savar,
Van, you want to come on up?
and Philip Feeney to start.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Van Cadenhead. I'm not going to question the fact that that's been a fishing, from my childhood. That's always been fishing area, and we need to have areas that are open to commercial fishing and crawfishing and boats. And we shouldn't be adverse to having improvement of the shoreline and docks. That ought to be, to preserve the shoreline ought to be part of our goal. But, it's right next to that parcel of property, right next to 6 $5 million homes. We've got $30 million worth of new market rate construction going up right next to this, right in that area. So do you wonder why the people are a little upset and nervous that live around there? I'm not. Everything that's 35 feet is going to be in their way to see the ocean. And I understand there's been a court case and administrative relief has been granted and all that. Don't stop me.
I'm not.
Okay, just testing. But as far as what Mr. Harris said, I have no problem with allowing the zoning change as long as it's understood before the zoning change comes into being that there's going to be no significant change in that property other than the zoning, because I don't want to see a bunch of all of a sudden things crop up in that piece of property, mixed use from commercial to commercial fishing, whatever. There's a whole lot of things. There's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip in this one. So I just want to make sure that it's down in writing somewhere that there's not going to be a radical change in the use of that property, and it will still be open for commercial fishing, lobster fishing, and the people that bought the property should have done due diligence and realized that they were buying into something which is historically commercial fishing and lobstering. And I hope that you will support that industry. Thank you.
Next. Who was next? I'm sorry.
Hermaine Zovar.
And who's after her? It's okay, we'll get to it.
105 Port Contessa, and that's in Port Antigua.
Yeah, pull it down a little.
Oh, I'll have to, I'm too short, Dan.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. I'm Hermina Zavar, 105 Port Contessa, and that's in Port Antigua. And I strongly oppose the zoning change. I know that you can have possibly say, okay, we won't do this, even though it's zoned differently. Everybody's heard that before. They said, we won't do this today, but they probably will tomorrow. I am concerned about all the boat traffic coming into the canal and into the lagoon. We do have marine life in that lagoon. We have manatees. We have all sorts of things. That would only increase. But my main concern is the environment, the traffic, and the noise that could possibly come from when you go to mixed use. It could be a bar. It could be anything there. And sound travels over that water. We hear the road noise now. And I can't imagine what it would be like if they put a restaurant with a bar or a marina with a bar. And it floods through there, not to mention all of the debris that has been blown in the lagoon that goes into the people's property on El Capitan from when we have a hurricane, and that would just be more added trash. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interject one thing in here. I meant to say this before we started public comment. The property is 620 feet long, and the section on the north end is less than the section on the south end that could have some ground, and the section on the south end is about 55 feet wide, just for information. Okay, who's next on the agenda?
Laura Finney.
Now's your time. Okay. Who's next?
Sue Miller.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. First of all, I'm surprised that you've had since January, and there's a promise of a sub-area that would limit the use to just commercial fishing, and that hasn't been done by the applicant or the village. The fact that they want to go back to what it was when we were still with the county seems odd, that it's all these years later. A lot of people claim they didn't know, they were never notified by the village specifically about zoning changes. In this case, there was litigation by this property owner for another portion of his property, but he never litigated on this. It was not part of the settlement agreement that created the 6 vacant, about to be built on homes to the north. And the other thing about this property, there's the 55 feet on the south, and I don't know what you said about the north.
I don't have an exact measurement.
But all of that wide area comes almost within inches of village-owned property. There is no appreciable land for that area that they're claiming they want to improve. It really would be village property that they would have to infringe upon to build dockage there. And So it just seems that that's an area that's the most fragile area in all the Florida Keys when there's a hurricane. Tropical storm after tropical storm, we see the news comes down from Miami on TV, and they always stand right there on the highway there. That's where the sand piles up 2, 3, 4, 5 feet deep, and it has to be removed, gets removed to the right-of-way right there, so that there's access to the lower keys during a storm. It is just the worst place to think of development. There are photographs that someone sent me of the aftermath of Hurricane Irma, where there were structures, I guess they were trailers, that blew from this property into the cove and actually had enough air in them to float across Captain's Cove and sink in front of the condos on the other side of the lagoon. It's a really treacherous place. I don't think that upzoning makes any sense whatsoever. Upzoning doesn't make sense anywhere in Alamorada. We have traffic issues, we have water issues, we have environmental issues, we have so many issues. Why in the world would anybody agree to upzone anything? There is a use for the property. It's a legal use. It's what should be there. Commercial fishing. It's always been there, and so I think that you're jeopardizing the commercial fishing industry if you change the zoning, because there's more things that could happen there than happen now. Thank you very much.
Who's next?
Karen Brinson.
He stays.
Karen Brinson. I'm at 68 West Plaza del Sol, Lower Matacumbe, which is mile marker 74.5 in the Port Antigua subdivision. I have the lagoon property, sometimes referred to as Captain's Cove, should remain status quo as conservation. Sojourn is asking the status to be changed to mixed use. Please do not allow this change. The concern is the waterway leading into the Port Antigua division. This waterway flows into and out of the lagoon referred to as Captain's Cove. As I mentioned in my letter that I sent on May 7th to the village manager, Mr. Cole, the village council, and the LPA, the Port Antigua waterway gets plenty of traffic today. I know you can't see it, but this is our plat of Port Antigua. And in my letter, I think I said there's 323 properties. This property up here goes in Port Antigua, in that waterway, and uses the first canal. All of us below this, and this is the Sojourn property down here, the lagoon, we have to use that waterway. I think I came up with about 400 boats that could be using that, and that's not paddle boards, kayaks, anybody using that. Proposed attractions such as marinas, a gas station, convenience store, brew pub, restaurants, bars. If allowed in that area, there could be more boats on that waterway with round-the-clock dockage and usage. Would there be the Marine Patrol or other agency to patrol that waterway? We have boats now that do not follow the slow no-wake entrance sign and those that may cause other boating violations. Whatever is allowed to be built on that strip of land referred to as Captain's Cove, which is located on the Overseas Highway across from Sea Oats Beach, must consider the turtle nesting area. That requires the use of red lights. Also, let's not forget that Hurricane Irma washed out that same road. Yes, it's been built up a little bit, but do we know that that's not going to, what Irma did is not going to do it again? If it is changed from conservation to mixed use and individuals drink and use their boats, this is a hazardous situation. We want everyone using that waterway to be safe. And I don't know if anybody remembers, but 11 years ago tomorrow, there was a boating accident using Port Antigua's beach. And it was sad. It went through Wheel Ditch. And I just don't want that to happen again. I mean, I want people to be safe. If they drink, how are we going to get people, or if they have an accident, we don't have any way to get to these people on the water. So my concern is really that waterway. I know noise pollution and all that, that's mixed in with it. But I just ask that you really think carefully for the people that are in this area. And I don't think you have. I really don't. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Maria Newman.
I'm very good. I'm short too.
We're going to do every other person tonight. Short, tall, short.
My name is Maria Newman. I live on the Cove. Actually, you can see where my house is in the packet that Mr. Harris submitted to the county. It's a house, a duplex right on there that's between the mangrove picture, if you saw that. And I also learned something today that I had moved into a nuisance neighborhood. So, kind of interesting fact. What I wanted to talk about today is that the problem that I'm having with this is I live on this cove. I've been there for 2 years. I've lived on Lower Matacumbe for 14 years. I don't really have a problem with, the boats. I watch them. We enjoy it. It's the character. I'm glad that, we are probably trying to make this more legal than it is illegal. But the problem that I have is that most of the literature that has been submitted really doesn't address the thing about residential property, and that people who live in residential areas also have rights to peace and quiet. I think one of the mission statements of the Isla Morada village is, to protect the residents' rights to quiet enjoyment of life. I took that from a council communication on noise and enjoyment. My concern is that the way that it is now, it is actually, fairly peaceful. The way that is structured, the boats come in, there's just a certain number of boats, and they really don't, they come in early, they do their business, they work hard, they leave 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then there's peace and quiet in the evenings on that cove. The cove is changing rapidly. Today I was hearing all the trucks that are dumping, soil on the Sojourn Northern property to put the houses on there, the 6 houses. So the noise has already started with the trucks and the business. The houses are going to be 35. Yes, we are losing our beautiful view. I mean, I can see the Atlantic Ocean from my 2nd floor and from my 3rd floor. My greatest concern is that in a residential area, one would be subjected to mixed use. And mixed use, by this sheet, is almost anything. Anything from 35-foot affordable housing to a brew pub. I was reading here, marine reupholstery. It can be anything that you want it to be. If this is going to be commercial fishing, then it should be commercial fishing, the way that it is now, okay? Right now it's illegal, it's not conforming. All right, make it legal, make it conform, but don't go and give this, now you open this Pandora's box for any single type of construction that they could put there and build a restaurant, a pub. It's just incompatible with residential living. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maria. Next.
Adele West.
Hi, good evening. My name is Adele West. I live in Port Antigua. The gentleman said that the property has probably been there longer than anyone else has. I wasn't going to speak today until he said that. We built 47 years ago, 1977. We were the first ones on our block and probably one of the first 4 in the whole community out of 330 houses. We've seen a lot of change. Unfortunately, some of it has not been good. I don't like the way that some parts of this village is going as far as, if you've got the money, let's just change everything and the hell with conservation. We're running out of places for the manatees to be. We see baby manatees in that, in the Captain's Cove and down that main canal. We see sharks. We also have all the pelicans that come and that main canal, and that's where they sleep at night. With boats going up and down at all hours, it's going to disrupt them also. It's not quite fair to figure that once that we change it from conservation, there was a reason for conservation, okay? This is the Florida Keys, okay? I used to volunteer at Florida Bay Forever, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with that area or that association group, but what they're trying to do is save the bay. Without the bay, we don't have fishing, we don't have scuba diving, we don't have anything, and without that, we may not even have water to drink, so that means there's going to be no more Florida Keys. I don't know about you, but I want to stay here until I die, okay? I love it here. We've been here for so long. The problem is if you change it to something else, it could be open to anything they want once they get that mixed use plan. And they don't really have to get anything else. All they have to do is put in a permit to the village, and if that's accepted, then we're in trouble. We are very quiet. We're not Miami, okay? If we wanted to be in congestion and noise and everything, we'd live up in Miami. We don't want that. What we want to do here is we want to enjoy our life, be peaceful, enjoy the water. We have, as it was already said, we have the turtle nesting. I mean, they take great strides in trying to save our turtles because they don't, we don't want them extinct, but with crossing over the roads with the red lights, if they're going to do something else with it, you're going to have bright lights. Nobody's going to want to sit there in red lights, okay? So I just want you to please listen to us. I know we don't have a lot of money, okay? We live down here. We aren't probably the same as that Sojourn, LLC. I'm sure they're very rich. But I'm just trying to say, please help us. We have no other choice but to ask for help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zooming.
Yes, we have Kevin O'Neill is back.
Okay.
Am I coming through?
Yes, sir.
My name is Kevin O'Neill, and I'm the president of the Bay Harbor Condominium Association. You may recall that I was here 2 months ago and I spoke against the proposed rezoning of the Sojourn property. I'm sorry that I'm not able to attend tonight in person because I'm out of town, but I'm happy to do it via Zoom. At the March meeting, I told you that I was representing the Bay Harbor Condominium Association. Tonight, not only am I representing 100% of the owners at Bay Harbor, I'm also representing 397 at last count, people that live and work and play in the community surrounding the property in question. The Planning Committee and the council have all received a copy of the petition that we've been circulating. And the last, when I sent it to you, we had 393 signatures, and now we have 397 and counting. So it is a community issue. The community is concerned, is upset. They feel betrayed, they feel diminished that there's been no outreach to the community from the village as part of the staff recommendation. The local planning agency is an advisory committee to the council, but your recommendations are never taken lightly. And quite frankly, I have never seen the council deviate from one of your recommendations. To that end, I'm speaking to you again tonight and would like to focus on just 3 points in hopes that you can weigh the concerns of almost 400 citizens of our community. The first point is we see a violation of the principles for guiding development. These are the principles that have been implemented by the village, and this plan violates those principles. Because we are within the Florida Keys area of critical state concern, and that's a Florida statute that calls for environmentally sound practices. The Bay Harbor, we've contacted a number of agencies, and we're in the process of obtaining water samples and analysis from the waters of Captain's Cove, which border the property, but we don't have results back yet. However, if you talk to anybody in the area who spends any time on the water there, they can visually see pollutants, including oil and gas slicks from the lobster boats and other commercial fishing enterprises that are currently at that location and the adjoining properties. We recommend that the village do its own environmental research to determine if more commercial fishing will make the existing environmental concerns better, or will it make it worse? The second point is that there's been a failure of the village to follow its own future land use guidelines. If you approve this request, you're going to be in conflict with the village's own guidelines because they state that FLUM amendments must be based on legitimate public purpose. One of the factors listed is compatibility with property surrounding the site and any applicable neighborhood. The guidelines end with one all-encompassing statement. So this is the overarching guideline. And I'm going to quote this. It says, however, in no event shall an amendment be approved which will result in an adverse community change. Now, the comments that I submitted to you in writing don't have this next little section, but as I was reading the application that Ty Harris referred to in his comments, I noticed that on page 17 of their 217 page application, that they are using that same language, that same guideline as in support of their application, except for it's got a little bit of twisted logic. Their application states that there will be no adverse impact on the community because the existing use will not change. That assumes that the existing use is not having an impact. But they're saying that the zoning and the FLUM request will serve to protect the current use as provided for in the Village of Isla Morada's comprehensive plan. We maintain that protecting this parcel of land in perpetuity is not in the village's comprehensive plan, but that protecting the environment is a stated element in the village's mission statement, and the environment should take precedent over any commercial venture. Again, there are almost 400 people to date that are letting you know there will be adverse community change. And the third point is that the current legal nonconforming use is already allowed. Because this property is already being used for commercial fishing, albeit a legal nonconforming use, changing the zoning gives the owner nothing that the owner does not already have. In other words, if the owner already has the legal right to conduct commercial fishing at the site, nothing additional is gained by changing the zoning. On the contrary, by keeping the conservation zoning in place, once commercial fishing operations cease or the property is abandoned for some reason in the future, The land and the adjacent waters can be reclaimed as conservation areas.
Kevin, you need to
I'd like
finish
to end
up.
I'd like to end my remarks
Okay. Make it short, please.
that I am representing a multitude of concerned citizens who are all extremely opposed to this zoning change. Our village is all too quickly changing, and we must do our part to preserve its natural beauty. Denying this plum change is a small thing, but it sends an important message to everyone who lives, works, or visits our small piece of paradise. I want to thank you for your time and your interest, but I do remain available at any time to answer any questions or give you any additional information if you would find it useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Lisa Emmerich.
Hi, Lisa Emmert from Port Antigua. I live in the area there. And I guess in general, I'm not for what's going on with the zoning changes. And I think changing conservation to commercial in any place around here is not a good idea. We are losing our precious, fabulous Florida Keys. Money's getting in the way, and it's obvious in anything we see. Like I said a few months ago, you can put your head in the water and look at our coral reefs, and you don't have to be a scientist to see that there is much devastation and dying going on. And then the last 8 months, we have fish that are dying. Over 50 species of fish have been affected. Our endangered sawfish are dying, and we don't know why. But I bet it has something to do with human impact. That has not been found out yet. How long will it take before we find out? If we would have talked last year at this time, would something like this ever be really happening in the Florida Keys? Oh no, everything's fine. I don't think business as usual should be going on anymore as far as changing zoning from conservation to commercial and allowing more and more and more building going on. Yes, everybody wants to be here. It's a wonderful place thus far. It continues to look like a wonderful place, but under the surface, there's a lot of bad stuff going on that many of us probably don't even realize to this point. Scientists don't know what's happening. It's a big deal. To the spot that we're talking about, I don't understand it all, but it's been zoned conservation. Well, definitely hasn't been treated as conservation at all. That place, I mean, I understand the commercial lobster fishermen and stuff. I know some of them there. I know that needs to go on. But really, in the big picture, it's not being treated as conservation at all. You said 2 months ago when they did their report on environmental analysis on it, well, there's really not much there. I mean, there's some iguanas. There's nothing really like of natural that should, Florida native stuff. Well, because it's not been treated like that, it's not been preserved like that, and how many years has this been going on? So it stays the same. I think they should amp up the ante there and be forced. The village should force them to improve it, to be a little bit more conscious about what's going on there. That's besides the point, I guess. But to make it even more is terrible. And just in general, let's really think about what's happening into our environment. And not only the village should be held responsible for some of the decisions they make, Monroe County should be held accountable for some of the decisions that they're making. And the state of Florida itself really should start thinking about our clean waters, our environment, our fish, the people who live here, and our mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have anybody else?
No one on Zoom. No.
All right. Thank you.
So to wrap this up, a lot of the speakers made my point for me. First, the property has never been conservation. Just because you put a color on a map does not make it so. And what you do by doing that is you weaponize a zoning district, or in this case a flume, to give people the false impression that this is a conservation lot. This lot was created from the dredging of Captain's Cove and has never been conservation. So let's just get that right out, that it's never been conservation. There's never been anybody scarifying it. It was created by Phil. The reason that you have the request for the flume to mixed use is because that is the corresponding flume to commercial fishing. There is no other flume in our inventory of choices that you can ask for to correspond with commercial fishing. And commercial fishing, as of right, is the only thing allowed under commercial fishing. Anything else that you would wish to do that you've heard has to come before you as a conditional use or a major conditional use or a minor conditional use. The only thing you're allowed to do is commercial fishing. So the only thing that we're going to do as of right with the rezoning is put a dock in. And I thought it was kind of interesting because in January, we heard a lot of comments about protecting the shoreline, protecting the mangroves. And once I made the statement that we would do that with a dock plan, it's amazing how all those comments evaporated in tonight's meeting. So this just feels like a classic case of got miners and going after a use that's been there longer than they have. And with that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. All right. You want to make your lovely announcement?
Yeah, well, I'm going to make a quick comment before we begin as a panel. Since the meeting in January, I've been contacted to be a professional consultant for the owner on some adjacent properties. I took that information to the village attorney and our village planner. I'm going to take their recommendation and recuse myself from, I guess, agenda item 6, items A and B.
Thank you. We will miss your comments, but
I wish I
we
could.
understand.
I just wanted to answer Mr. Foley's question. Foley's question. So according to the Monroe County property appraiser, the property was sold for $100,000 in 1983. It then had 3 exchange of $1 by warranty deeds, one in 1995, one in 1997, and one in 1998. And then most recently, and a quit claim deed for $0 in 2022.
So a new owner took possession of the property in 2022, is that correct?
On the mic.
Yeah, is
It was
it
a
correct
quit
that
claim.
a new owner took possession of the property in 2022?
It was a quit claim deed for $0. So I don't know the business practices, but I'm assuming that would have been the same owner just transferring corporations or LLCs or something.
It's the same owner since 1983.
Ty's right. I just checked it myself too, Patrick. And I checked with the warranty deeds while I was researching here. It looked like I wasn't paying attention, but that's what I was doing. And it was, you can see where the Sojourn property had an interest in it all along since 1983.
Okay. I just want to do a 30-second education, I guess, before we move on. So we're doing a flume and we're doing a zoning change. The flume is the mixed use. You have to have a flume, and then inside that you must have a zoning district. Tonight, the flume, as Mr. Harris said, the flume that they're presenting is the mixed use, but the controlling factor is the zoning district, which in what they're requesting is commercial fishing. But you can't have one without the other. You have to have a zoning district inside a flume to operate. Okay, to the board. Who you want to start? You have any comments?
I do, but I want to wait a minute.
You want to wait a minute?
I do, yeah.
A minute's up. Sorry. Who wants, somebody, we need to move it along.
I'd like to start because I'd like to ask a couple questions of John Quick, please. I want to make sure that I understand that the current use, which is, even though it's non-conforming, which is legal commercial fishing, and as I read Section 30-694, commercial fishing zoning district is the purpose of which is to protect the commercial fisheries in the village. The zoning district is established within a mixed-use flum, and the permitted uses are docking, loading, and unloading of commercial fishing vessels, which currently exist, manufacture, assembly, repair, maintenance, and storage of commercial fishing traps and nets, and uses and structures accessory to the commercial fishing, such as bait and fish tanks. We all know that exists. what is down there right now, at least the last time I drove down there, there was also Mr. Lobster, which also sold retail fish. Am I correct? Is that still there?
But I don't think that's on this property.
Okay, but that's what I wanted to make sure of. It's not on this piece of property. I'm looking at the map, and I know that those tents.
I think it's farther south.
So basically, those permitted uses are what we are making legal. My question to Mr. Quick is that there are some uses reviewed listed in this that require a minor conditional use, and which would be accessory wholesale and retail fish in an office to count the money or whatever you have. Basically, a docking and commercial fishery supplier fuel sales, which I don't see happening there because of other issues. But is there a way to phrase this and recommend to council that any change other than the three listed require a major conditional use? That would be my only question. Mr. Quick, is that a possibility?
It would require a change to the code in terms of because our code currently allows for 6 different things, although one of them has subcategories of various items under minor conditional uses. So we couldn't do that without a change to the code.
Okay. But currently the permitted uses, anything else is going to require a minor conditional use change, which will bring it back in front of us and the council, correct?
I double check. I believe so. I'll have to double check just to make sure that none of that has been delegated to the planning director, but I believe that
Minor conditional
I'm
uses.
going to have to look at the code, or if Jennifer knows offhand, but I believe that comes back to you, yes.
No, minor conditional uses are administrative in nature and don't go before the council.
That's where I'm having the problems, is that way we don't see a change. I don't have a problem with the things that are already going on there, commercial retail, commercial supplies, fuel sales, because I know they were down, but they're further south. I just trying.
None of that would come back before you, because you're correct that it says there are no major conditional uses in this category that are permitted.
Okay.
It's either permitted or permitted under minor conditional.
I'm trying to find a way to maintain the status quo without offering the opportunity, without something major changing.
I mean, certainly the applicant could, if the applicant wanted to propose that, but it's not something we could require without changing the code.
The special area comes about as close. We can recommend a special area.
That's what I'm looking for, the concept of the special area. We can do that.
We can recommend it.
Okay, that's my question. All right, that solves that question. The other question I have is, I'm just making sure that I understand the map. It's just the blue area on the pretty picture we've got, right?
It's a green. Well, on my map, it's green.
Oh.
It's the one with, it's got the horseshoe shape, yeah.
Okay.
And then there's a little bit to the north and a little bit to the south.
Sorry.
And then there's a small sliver that runs along, abutting up the village property.
Okay, that's all. I want to make sure that I have the correct area. All right, thank you.
John, while I have you, or while we have your attention, on the settlement agreement was not attached in our materials or attached to the staff report, but I did pull it up, and it appeared to me that Exhibit A actually does encompass this property, and that the 6 homes were built where they were built because that is the place that had sufficient lot size to actually build a single-family residence. But the settlement agreement, have you looked at the settlement agreement, and have you had a survey done so that we know that this property was not actually part of that settlement agreement? Because it does appear to me that it was.
Okay, I haven't looked at that in a while, and I wasn't asked to as part of this, but I'll see if I can pull it up quickly while we're talking here.
If you go to the final order of dismissal, I'll tell you how to find it more easily. But then it is a very legal description, which makes it more difficult because there's no pictures to it. Yeah, it's a meets and bounds description.
We would likely need a surveyor to confirm what that legal description
And my
is
question
telling
is,
us.
has a survey been submitted with this application?
No.
Okay. So that's a concern that I have, irrespective of whether or not this property is included within Exhibit A to the settlement agreement, which is, John, just for your edification, to make it more quickly to find, in the Monroe County Clerk's final order of dismissal of the 2004 lawsuit. It's attached to the final order.
Perfect, thank you.
So that's question number 1 that I have. Question number 2 is, obviously Sojourn had the ability to bring lawsuit for whatever zoning issues it felt was impeding it 24 years ago. I'm familiar with bringing one to the nuisance, but I heard somebody say that they learned something tonight. Well, you didn't, ma'am, because you've owned your home for 14 years. And for 24 years, when you bought your home, you knew what the zoning was and could rely upon that just like anybody else can rely upon the zoning code that we currently have, as well as the flume. So I take a little bit of issue with respect to that characterization of it. I also have issues with this particular application because we do not have an illegal use, we have a legal non-conforming use. So if the intent is to keep going as we have been going, there's no need to change anything because it is legal. There is nothing illegal about a legal non-conforming use. That's why the phrase legal is there. And frankly, I guess just because when I hear legal words bandied about, I'm going to return in kind, that I have concerns with respect to this particular property because of the lawsuit in particular, and words that spring to my mind is waiver, estoppel, splitting causes of action, latches, statutes of limitations, and the settlement agreement being relied upon and part of the public records. Those, I think, are all issues that have not been dealt with in either the application or the staff report, but have severe implications by any zoning change. So if we could first figure that out, John, with the survey, and I thought a survey may have already been submitted given the status of it, I think that's step number one.
Who else? Go ahead.
Earlier, the gentleman mentioned the coming to the nuisance. It's also a corollary type of concept in real estate law, which is coming to the land. And what that essentially means is when a person takes possession of a piece of property.
Make sure you speak into your mic.
When a person takes possession of a piece of property, that piece of property comes with a bundle of rights. Possession is one right. If it's residential, you can build a house on it. If it's commercial, you can build a business on it. And so that property comes with that specific bundle of rights, and no more and no less. And so that the owners of the property, that's when you get when you go to close and you have 100 pages, that contains every right that property comes with. And so the owners have been aware for 40 years that this property is conservation property, or since the village took over, and they have not changed or altered that on any format. So what I believe is that it seems that the owners of the property are asking the village to make good for perhaps a missed business decision at some other earlier time. And because the bundle of rights that comes with when property owners come to the land is very specific, and everybody knows that. I think that the best route here is to continue with the current zoning and flume and not change, because what they understand as their rights to the property and what is currently going on both match.
You done?
Yes.
I have a question related to this. I thought I understood that the current owner bought the property in 1983. Is that what we determined a few minutes ago?
Yes.
And in 1983, that would have been county,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And in the county that was, we don't have the exact wording, but it was some kind of commercial fishing zoning, whether 17 or 18. It was one of the commercial fishing zoning
I forget the exact
numbers. Well, yeah, but it was a commercial, we had that it was a commercial fishing zoning. And the village came into existence in 1997, unless I got the year wrong. And that's when, shortly thereafter, that's when it was changed to conservation. So the current owner is the one that had it originally commercial fishing.
But the point I thought that Patrick was making is we have a lot of residential landowners out there who have purchased their properties since 1997, and they come to their property with the same rights of knowing what their neighbors are zoned and relying upon our implementation of the land use map and the zoning map before. While certainly zoning can change, we're a little loose, I think, here with the flume changing constantly. It's not supposed to do that, but can be done. Not illegal to do it, certainly. But everybody else has rights as well in the surrounding land.
Everybody does have rights, and that's what this is. That's why this makes it so difficult. I'll finish my comments. I just wanted to
Sorry, I didn't mean to
make sure. That's okay. We're civil here. We can do this. I just wanted to make sure that I understood myself that the owner was from 1983, and that the zoning change, or the flume change, I'm sorry, I actually misspoke. It's the flume change happened in, I don't know, 98, 99. I don't know the exact year because I know it didn't happen the day that the village incorporated. It happened after that. But so Tony or Lori, do you?
One quick follow-up question to staff. Now, in 1986, the county code changed as well, both flume and the zoning, which impacted a lot. That happened to be the year we became a critical area statewide, I always get that phrase wrong, but critical area of statewide concern.
State concern.
And so the county itself undertook multiple amendments and designations from a lot of property, for lack of a better word, downzoned a lot of property pursuant to state regulations, designated chunks of property as conservation in 1986. Do we know if that occurred with respect to this property? Because we've heard 1983. I want to make sure we understand in 1986 what occurred.
I don't believe it did, because I believe I checked that for January, but again, my computer, I'm sorry, is acting up. It keeps kicking me off the internet, but once I get back on again, I'll confirm, because we have all that in files that I can access if I can get back online.
Appreciate
it.
Tony or Lori?
Oh boy, do I have a lot to
He's
say.
excited, I can tell.
So I'm wearing multiple hats in this one, and I'm conflicted as all get out. Frank, can you pull that photo up for me? Will that work?
We don't have any photos for this.
What's that?
We don't have a photo available for this.
Yeah, he does. I just sent him one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's over there too.
So this is the way Van and I would remember this place. This is Port Antigua. We knew it as White Marlin Beach. That was a spot where every high school kid went when you didn't want to be found out by anybody for anything. That was 1960s. So as we talk about environment and protecting the environment, shame on all of us, because it's your pee and your poop that have contributed to the problems in Lower Metacumby, and we are inherited all of the problems from Miami and every place else. So I agree with you 100% that we need to protect our environment. Big issue. I'll defend that as a marine biology teacher from now until the day I die. But I will not then at the same time say that these guys wanting to put a dock in or use this property for their traps and to improve that piece of property is going to destroy our environment. That's disingenuous on our part. It truly is. We're embellishing facts when we do that. Those lobstermen and traps were a part of this community before I think any of you came and built your homes back in this area. As a kid, Van will tell you, I remember seeing those traps here. I remember those traps well, you know, into the shock of many people living down here. We would pull our boats up and sell our lobster to whomever wanted to buy them, and it was completely legal, and we could go out and peg green turtles and have green turtle steak, and I'm not in favor of doing that, but obviously a lot of things have changed and a lot of information has changed over the years. We can only work with what we know at the time that we have it. If we're preserving the mangroves on either side of this property, if we're protecting, you can see the little area that we're talking about just in this picture, right in the middle of Sea-Witch Beach there on the other side, on the bay side. This issue should have been addressed in the 50s. These canals were dug, the places your houses are sitting on are all filled. That's why, as we were talking, I bought the 150 acres of mangroves surrounding our property at the north end of Alamorada because I didn't want to lose any more mangrove property. But if we're talking about protecting the mangroves and we're protecting this area, you're probably going to see the quality of your environment improve. Don't hang on LPA issues that are supposed to be code enforcement issues, not zoning issues. And a lot of what's going on here is code enforcement, not zoning issue. The only way to move forward with this, as I see, because lobstermen need to have a place to put their traps and have their boats. We have, I think, 3 places left in the village. At south end of coming over Snake Creek, or Tavernier Creek rather, that area, and then the area that we're talking about now, and then there's one other spot, I can't remember. Yeah, okay. So those are the spots that we have where we can have commercial fishing and commercial fishing locations. You probably asked most of the guys that are there, most of the lobstermen, most of the people that are using this area, they don't have a clue about what the zoning is. They don't care what the zoning is. They just know what they need to do with their boats and their lobster and build their traps and put their traps back in the water. If they're doing something that's in violation, folks in Port Antigua need to be on the phone and complain to code enforcement to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing in the area. That is not an LPA issue. The LPA issue is we look at what's been recommended, we look at the recommendation from the staff. The staff has recommended that this be moved forward. I would like to see us control these situations rather than just have people randomly be in violation of code. And the other hat that I wear is I'm a guy that just launched into this by saying our zoning was incorrectly done. We want it back to where it was originally. And so I understand why people want their zoning put back the way it was originally. So that's my opinions, my comments.
Sorry, we can come back to everybody. Lori, do you want to say something?
I'm pretty much in favor of everything that Tony had to say. I mean, we need to protect the commercial fishermen, and we have, I just talked about the other day, we only have 10 parcels that are zoned appropriately for commercial fishing. And commercial fishing is our #2 industry in the Florida Keys, followed behind tourism and hospitality. I mean, as a graduate of leadership in Monroe County, class number 8, a really long time ago, and I know that they continue to express, what our valuable industries are, and what keeps the Florida Keys alive, and it's tourism and hospitality, and commercial fishing. Now, commercial fishing not just in the sense of the commercial fishing that's caught in resale, but it's also the commercial fishing that takes place when you hire a fishing guide and you go out fishing. We need to preserve that history and that culture within our community. And we have very few parcels in our municipality that allows for that. And, this commercial zoning district is just that. It's very limited as what you can do. Everything else is going to need a minor conditional use change. And that's going to take another set of eyes in order to, approve a change. So are we changing the environment that's already occurring in that community? No. I mean, are you promised as an owner in the condominium complex or any other little townhouses across the Captain's Cove a view of the ocean? No, you're not, because your parcel does not touch the Atlantic Ocean. It touches Captain's Cove. That's the view you're guaranteed. You're not guaranteed a view of the ocean. You paid for a view of Captain's Cove. You knew at some point there would be other industries or other buildings built, possibly. And of course, in the condominium complexes, there was already a huge number of parcels that were commercial fishing at the time when you bought your units. So do I feel for you? Yes. You know, a lot of people also mention the fact that your property values are going to decline. Well, that's not a proven fact. That was an argument that was made when Publix was built. That didn't occur. All of those homes back there in Flamingo Hammock, their property value was increased. We live in a community where we are a little more lenient, and our property values are not affected by what's next door to us. So I think we really need to preserve the community for the commercial fishermen.
I don't know that I heard anybody disagree with that, because that's the legal conforming use. When we were here in January, and we didn't have, and by the way, I found this map extremely helpful, so thank you all for your submissions of graphics as well as words. We talked about a sub-area or deed restrictions or voluntary restrictions of that sort, which seemed to me to be a way to ensure that the wholesale Flum Amendment change and everything that comes with the change to the commercial district was done so with to solidify what this entire application was based upon, as well as the staff report's recommendation, to my understanding, which was the existing use will not change. If I read it once in the staff report in the application, we read it a dozen times. But we haven't seen that any steps have been done from January to now to accomplish that, which gives me, again, grave concern, especially with an owner who did bring a lawsuit in 2004, who settled a lawsuit on advantageous terms, and will sell those properties, and then he'll still own one property, and we've heard some about motivation. Well, I could see the motivation to be like, okay, I'm not going to do anything for a while until I sell those properties for top dollar, and then I'm going to do something else here. It happens all the time. And justifiably, I mean, if a property owner has that right. But if we're doing this to conserve commercial fishing, I didn't hear a single person out there say that they weren't in favor of that. But I don't see that the proposal that's before us today does that. We've had several months to get that in place, and it wasn't done, and that's a big concern for me.
Question for you, so that I understand, because you just restated what I had been trying to do in a confusing manner. Mr. Harris, would your client consider putting that restriction on the property that we discussed?
So interesting you mentioned that. About a month ago, Vice Mayor Mahoney called me up and asked me if I would meet with the neighbors who were complaining and were concerned about potential uses of the property beyond commercial fishing. And I agreed to attend a meeting. I was told that the neighbors did not want to meet and discuss what restrictions could be put on the property. And so I haven't presented my clients with anything other than the commitment that they've already made to create a dock design that protects the shoreline and the mangroves. If we had had that meeting, maybe I would have something for you. But the neighbors declined. It was not me. It was not my client. So really, it would be unfair to hold that against me at this point. Maybe there will be a chance between LPA and Village Council to have that meeting, but they were the ones that rejected it. It wasn't me. Again, I'll just say once again, commercial fishing only allows one thing, commercial fishing.
To be fair, there was a request from this committee, I think, to look at it as well back in January before the agenda item was noticed. So I feel that there's been a lot of
A request.
Animus is not the word, but there's been a lot of attempt to shift responsibility to the neighbors at tonight's meeting, and I know that's the first time you did it.
Now you're turning it around because the offer was made by the vice mayor. They turned it down. I did not. So please don't try to turn that around.
The reaction from behind you suggests perhaps otherwise.
Okay, okay, let's keep this civil.
And regardless of
Call the vice mayor and find out for your own.
Okay, so
I just want to answer Ms. Raffanello's question.
Thank you.
In 1986, it was commercial fishing.
Thank you.
Okay, so what was on the table was for a flume change, what is on the table and what was in January, a flume change to mixed use, and a zoning change to commercial fishing. I don't think that we requested them to do anything between then and now. They actually thought, that was in January, they thought they'd be at our February meeting and our March meeting, and anyway, now we're at May. For them to not have done it, I don't know what you would have wanted them to do for sure in changing their application. Is that what you're implying?
Well, I think the discussion was had that prior to them going to council that this would be done, and because there was, as you said, that there would be the exploration of a sub-zoning area.
That was our suggestion to council.
Correct.
Not to them.
Okay, that's fair, but we're now, with our suggestion 5 months down the road, I understand that we are an advisory committee and the best we can do is make suggestions, but I do hope that people listen to them and take action on them. I apologize if I misspoke in laying any particular blame, but that is always my hope and anticipation when we make a suggestion.
Well, yes. Our suggestion was for council to do that, and if the applicant wanted to change his presentation to council level, you know, that's up to them. But our recommendations were strictly to council.
I understand that.
With the understanding of our background of why we were recommending that.
And I understand that, and I also understand that they would have had the ability to assuage a lot of concerns that have been expressed by this panel before tonight, and having not
wanted that special district.
Having not done that, I always have a little bit of a concern about motivation and intent.
So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Did you, I had a chance to look over the sojourn settlement. Did you want me to chime in on that, or is that not an issue that you all are considering right now?
So I was slightly confused. That's a good question. So were we saying that this lot, the one lot that we're looking at, was part of the 6 lots that was in the settlement? So it was really 7 lots in the settlement?
Well, no, is it part of Exhibit A legal description? Was the exact question.
Yeah, I would just say I can't say with certainty because there's a legal description attached, and I'm not a surveyor, and you know, I would need a surveyor. Based on the language of the settlement, it doesn't look like that it was part of that, because it talks about a flume of recreation and open space and a zoning of recreational, and that they were trying to get it to change to multifamily, which is I believe is the history of those parcels to the north. But to Susan's point, I can't state with 100% certainty without having a surveyor take a look at the legal description and map it out. It's just based upon the language of the recitations in the settlement itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
So, I believe that what Mr. Harris has said is true, that if we're going to change it to commercial fishing, the only flume that we have available to us is mixed use. But we can recommend, we are only an advisory, we can recommend, we can suggest, we can so that we put in a sub-area limiting the activity to exactly what's in the commercial fishing zoning district, and we can limit it a step farther to say only the permitted uses versus the minor conditional uses that are listed. That, the minor conditional uses eliminates the single family. There's not enough ground on that lot unless they join it with something else. And 56 feet, or even if the other end is a little wider, if you're talking 75 feet, that's not enough ground to build a house and make your setbacks and all the other things that you need to do to build a house. But we can limit it so at least you have the comfort of hearing it say, no, you can't build a house, no, you can't build a restaurant, no, you can't have a brew, and the other things that are listed in commercial fishing. We can suggest that. That doesn't mean the council will accept our recommendations. And somebody said earlier that council takes our word very seriously and accepts our recommendations all the time. That's not true.
No.
Did I miss a meeting?
I miss a lot of meetings. So, but that doesn't mean that we won't sit here and try to do what we think is best. So I would suggest that to give, excuse me, to give comfort to the neighborhood, that we move ahead and I do believe it should be commercial fishing zoning district. I'm very comfortable with doing that. That's what the other lots are, just slightly to the south. There is no space in between. That's what it's been used for decades now. That's what it was in the county. I don't know the reasoning behind, and I won't speculate that the village zoned it for their own personal use back when we did that. I won't go down that path. But I would recommend that we move ahead with this and do the mixed use with a special sub-area that was the commercial fishing uses. No more public comment. Sorry. That was the commercial fishing uses and limited to the permitted uses, which is the three that Cheryl read earlier.
Madam Chair, may I make one suggestion in going?
Sure.
The only other thing that makes sense in there is that, again, would have to be the minor conditional use is a docking.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
I would suggest that along with the three permitted uses, it might be necessary and proper to build a docking facility there, because that does help protect, because some of the boats are currently tying up in the mangroves that are there, and allowing dockage to be put along there would not be inappropriate too.
But there's already in permitted uses docking allowed, so that the docking facility.
Docking and docking facility.
That's in
are
minor conditional use.
Docking facility and docking are two different uses, and docking facility can have a lot more associated with it. And I'm trying to remember this for sure, but it can have gas and other things.
No,
so
that's not a facility necessarily. That just means you could have lights on it.
No, I think docking facility is more than that.
You got down here for fuel sales below it.
I know, but a docking facility requires a lot more stuff.
I just want to make sure that they're able to have docks to
Jennifer,
unload the boats.
could you pull up a definition of docking facility?
Let me see what we have. Do we have it in the code?
I don't have access to.
You don't have a computer.
Well, before we do anything with docking, you got to understand that if they start to build a dock, it's going to have to go through DEP. I mean, that's going to be a major hurdle for them. And so, but it's their request, so it's on them. The restrictions I would put on it would be that it's used for commercial fishing. We build a dock. We do not touch the mangrove communities on either end in any way, and that we have a regular inspection of the area to make sure the environment is maintained as it. I would like to see the environment improved, not decreased or diminished.
Okay.
So at that point, we eliminate any issue of the view being restricted or any commercial usage of it. If we put that restriction in, then I think we have limited what they want accomplished. If for a second they were disguising this to say, oh, by the way, we want to put a condo over on that corner. No, I'm not for that. I'm for them being honest about what they say they want to do, and that is have a spot for the commercial fishing industry.
Right.
Right. So
She's got a definition.
I got the definition that actually Susan found, and I'm going to read it. So it says, dock and docking facility mean a fixed or floating structure built and used for landing, berthing, and/or mooring of vessels or watercraft, either temporarily or indefinitely. Docking facilities include, but are not limited to, wharves, piers, quays, slips, basins, posts, cleats, davits, piles, and any other structure or attachment thereto. The purpose of this chapter, docks shall be not include water access walkways or water observation platforms as defined below in this subsection. So
back up to the last sentence. What? Doesn't include what?
Walkways.
Walkways, like an observation pier.
Oh, that, okay. There,
yeah.
I don't want to go out and look at the manatees. I want you to touch
No,
it.
right, exactly.
And that would not eliminate finger piers for tying up either, which would facilitate. Just making sure that it's dock and perhaps a finger pier, but not a viewing platform.
Okay, so either way, we could leave it in, we could leave it out.
I think we should leave it in because then it's clarifying that they can, that we're putting in a dock.
Their minor conditional use does have to have
it's administrative.
It is an administrative, but it does have another layer of review. Were you suggesting that we just add the docking facility in what I suggested?
Correct.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, good.
Madam Chairwoman?
No more public comment.
You allowed Mr. Ty to come up.
Mr. Ty is the applicant.
And add to
Sit down, please. Sit down, please. Sit down, please.
Well,
Sit down, please. Please don't argue with me, Van. Just sit down.
Public comment is closed. Mr. Harris, as I understand, was responding to questions from the.
Sit down. It's always very unfair. Thank you. All right. Back to the dais here, please. So do we want any more conversation? Do I have a motion? But we need to divide these, and we need to do the FLUM separately from the zoning district. So the FLUM must come first.
FLUM's first? Ordinances.
The FLUM has to be
FLUM
first.
is first.
Do you want me to do this, Cheryl, since
Why
I
don't you
started this
try it,
mess?
and then we'll see where we...
Okay. I recommend, I would make the motion to approve the mixed-use designation with the special area that is carved to include the commercial fishing zoning district permitted uses, including or adding dock facilities to it. Did I get that worded right?
Yeah. I'll second.
Do you want me to read it or say it again? Hello?
So, start again.
So I would recommend the mixed-use flume. I would say that we approve the mixed use with a sub-area that is carved out to read very similar to the commercial fishing zoning district, the permitted uses, the 3 permitted uses, but also include the docking facility. Did I say that clear enough this time?
Yeah, I would like to include protecting the mangrove communities in that area on either side, which is already protected, but just as we push this forward, because the council's going to have to make this decision anyway.
Right.
And excluding the other uses.
Yeah, excluding.
Yes.
Excluding the things that were under minor conditional use.
No, excluding the rest of what was, we're in the FLUM.
Yeah, we're
in the FLUM.
So my understanding of what you've moved is to make a subcategory of a FLUM, which has the same permitted uses only of the zoning district plus the docket, but to the exclusion of the other mixed use.
I'm sorry, if I need to state that, I thought that came without saying. Thank you.
Okay,
So,
is the phrase exclusion of other uses? Okay.
yes, okay. So I add that to my motion. And we're adding mangrove and protection, mangrove protection. It's good enough? Environmental protection.
Yeah.
Is that a... Mr. Quick, sir, to accommodate Mr. Hammond's request to recognize the necessity of protecting the mangroves, how do we facilitate that comment in this?
Well, I think the way I took that, it was a request made to modify or amend the motion to include that, and sounded like the chair as the mover was open to that. And
Yes.
As long as you as the second are amenable to that, we can move forward with that friendly amendment.
Well, and the mangroves are already protected, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really it's
a double protection.
It's right. It's a double protection on it, but I know they're already protected. So
It's important to be specific on
Okay.
this. Okay, so
All right, so I've made a
Are the
motion.
mover and second amenable to that request for a friendly amendment?
I will amend my second to be agreeable with Deb's modification.
Thank you.
I have no idea.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Can we have roll call, please?
Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Lori Lalonde,
Yes.
Cheryl Culbertson,
Yes.
Patrick Foley,
Yes.
Tony Hammond,
yes.
Susan Rathbone.
Yes.
And the motion passes 6-0 with one abstain.
Yes.
Do we need to have another, and this is maybe a question for John, do we need to have another motion on the actual application before us because we've modified it significantly, or do we only need to do our recommendation? Because my vote would not be the same if it was the application before us.
No, I think you're okay. You all are making a recommendation on the application before you. Then that's what that recommendation was the modification. You're recommending a modification.
But I just wanted it to be clear that when it went to council, it was only as modified by this motion, which I am in agreement with, but I would not have been in agreement with the original
So
request.
I just want to be clear that when the application goes to council, it will go as presented by the applicant, but I will give a report that this is how the LPA recommended, and this is what they are.
These are the caveats to it.
Correct.
The yes vote came from our recommendation, not from as the application sat.
Correct.
Correct. It was, the motion was approved as modified.
Okay.
And we'll specify the modification.
So that was on the flume. We now need to do the same thing on the zoning change.
Yes, that's correct.
So since I started it, well, I guess this one's not quite. So I make a motion to accept the zoning change as actually presented. I think that's what I want to say. I want to, as commercial fishing zoning district.
Public comment?
No, we've had that, Van. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. Thank you. Yes, we did. It's all, Mr. Quick, would you please explain to this gentleman that we had this as one item and we opened the public comments?
Correct. A and B were taken together in the interest of time, among other things. And so public comment has taken place on both A and B. And now we're just looking for a vote on that.
Okay, so I've made a motion to recommend the zoning change to commercial fishing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And discussion?
Sure.
Mr. Quick? Oh, Mr. Quick, I'm just making sure, do we need to add the same recommendation to the zoning change that we just did for the, I'm making sure that we don't need to that we're doing the same recommendations and restrictions. Do we need to add that to this recommendation on the zoning change? Restricted to commercial fishing only.
I mean, the recommendation was to create a subcategory, but correct. I mean, it's probably cleaner to do it, to make it, to recommend approval of the commercial fishing consistent with the conditions that were being recommended with the flume application.
Okay, yeah, I think it makes it consistent, it makes it clear.
Okay, so I'll pull my original and restate it as I recommend that we recommend the commercial fishing zoning district as referred to in the flume, with the same restrictions as in the flume. Does that get us there, John?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, you second.
Okay. Roll call. I'm sorry. Roll call.
Okay. Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Cheryl Culberson,
Yes.
Patrick Foley,
Yes.
Tony Hammond,
Yes.
Lori Lalonde,
Yes.
and Susan Raffadello.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with one abstain.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next one. It will be tabs. I'm sorry. I don't remember the numbers. It's D and A and B. C and D, which is the T-table discussion. John, would you like to read our, and let me preface it. Do I have the applicant present that will let us combine these for conversation purposes? Okay, and do I have any objections from the floor here? Okay. John, can you read the two titles for us?
Absolutely. C is an ordinance of Isle of Marana Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of T-Table Key LLC to amend the village's future land use map from residential conservation to mixed use for the subject property located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 0009700-000000 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. D is an ordinance of Isle of Marana Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of T-Table Key LLC to amend the official zoning map from native residential to tourist commercial for the subject property located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 0009700-000000 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce.
Thank you. Jennifer, are you presenting?
I am. Thank you, LPA. The applicant, T-Table Key LLC, has presented applications for a map amendment for their FLUM and for their zoning map amendment. The FLUM request is from residential conservation to mixed use designation, and their zoning map amendment is from native residential district to tourist commercial district. The property, again, is located at 79775 Overseas Highway. It's comprised of 15.33 total acres. 5.33 of those acres are scarified upland. The current use of the property is residential. The applicant and owner intends to pursue transferring 24 motel units from 82200 Overseas Highway to the subject property. The applicant's agent, Bart Smith, has submitted a letter detailing the map amendment request and the zoning amendment request. The subject property currently has the existing residential conservation future land use designation and a native residential zoning designation. Due to the location of the property, there are no surrounding properties. The closest property to the north is Bud and Mary's Marina and is designated mixed use and has a marine use zoning district. Again, the character of the subject property is a single-family residence. The proposed farm amendment from residential conservation to mixed use in conjunction with the companion application for zoning map amendment from native residential district to tourist commercial would allow the applicant owner to pursue transferring hotel units onto the subject property. The applicant owner has also provided in your packet a development agreement that outlines the proposed project and the commitments and restrictions that they're prepared to agree to. I'll let them go into further detail on their development agreement in their packet. I wanted to just note that that is not up for the LPA's approval, but I wanted that as your background information because I felt that that was a bigger part of the whole project for you to look at and review this evening. That will go before the council for review and approval. My staff report includes analysis on both the zoning and the FLUM amendment. You have it in your packet. I won't go into all the details, but at this time, I'm recommending approval of both the zoning and the FLUM amendment. And then I'll hand it over to the applicant.
Jennifer?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and I talked earlier, you suggested that when you take this and other projects to council, that you had a plan on how that you would present those. Do you want to elaborate on that a little
Sure.
bit?
So this project, and we've got a couple others coming forward, will have several pieces to it. We'll have, a zoning change. It will have probably a major conditional use, a TDR, affordable housing project, has the development agreement, different pieces of, development approvals that the council will need to review and approve. My intention and plan will be to bring all of those pieces to the council as one complete packet at the same time so that they see everything and they review and approve everything, along the same path on the same, at the same time. So that, we're not doing it piecemeal, we're not approving the zoning here and then 3 months later we're doing something down here. I want to try to make sure the council, the LPA, and the community understands what's happening and why we're doing what we're doing.
And the reason that we wouldn't get all of that is because most of those items that you said wouldn't necessarily come in front of this board.
Correct. Their council.
Trying to clarify why we wouldn't get the whole package.
Yes.
Okay. You're up.
Good evening. Bart Smith, 138 Simonton Street, on behalf of the applicant. And I do have a presentation. If you can pull up the PowerPoint. I see it's on behind you, but it's not on. There we go.
It'll come up.
All right. When technology works, it's already a good day.
That way we can watch it, not you.
What? Yeah, so Bart Smith, what you have before you today is a future land use map amendment and land use district map amendment to propose for T-table key. But as Jennifer stated, that is not the whole package. And in fact, the most important piece of this package we have provided to you because it's what locks all of this together. And it's a way for us to provide all of the pieces, have them required to be dealt with together through the development agreement, which then provides the ultimate result, which is a property that is already utilized for vacation rentals, for a transient use, short-term use, to then be fully realized as a destination resort that is perfect for this unique island. And I really mean unique. There's not many islands that have a roadway that connected it to the mainland that was built in the 1950s. And so it's perfectly situated with 5.63 acres of upland to provide for a transient use, as it does now, with the additional units, and to provide so in a manner that is a benefit to the area, benefit to the neighbors, who I have many here today that are going to speak on behalf of this project, and that has minimal impact also on the areas surrounding it. The reason I say that is we were before this board in September 2023, got a lot of feedback. We listened. Some of the things we had to address was traffic, vegetation, affordable. How do we make sure that it's all tied together? So we took all those ideas and we've worked on it. We brainstormed. I have Victor Balestis, the principal, who's going to present the fun side of the resort. But I'm going to go through some of the details before he goes. Where do I have to click this thing? I'm clicking that way, right? Where? Right towards
the booth.
Where is it? Even on? There you go. So here's the island itself. Some details about it. It's got about 5.63 acres of scarified upland. Most of that upland is about 4 feet NGVD, some spots rising up to 5 feet NGVD. It has an area of mangroves. One of the things that was talked about last time was preserving the mangroves and making sure in document. We've submitted flagged surveys documenting the edges of the mangroves. There's a small, and so that we've clarified in the development agreement that no development shall be done near the mangroves. And of course, we have the setbacks. The commissioner brought that up, and we made sure to address it. So the details, it's 15.33 acres. There's about 6.83 acres of upland. 5.33 acres would be considered the scarified upland that is proposed for development. The current flume is residential conservation, and the current land use district is native residential. What we're proposing is to change that to mixed use. And this commission is very familiar with it after the last two items, what mixed use is for the flume. So I'm not going to go into the details of what the flume is. It's in the code. Jennifer's succinctly covered it. And tourist commercial. The tourist commercial allows for the development of this resort. And we've also submitted the corresponding development agreement for T-Table, Key, and Sunset Key, because these two are going to be combined together. The actual resort is both on this property and on Sunset Key. And so what the Flume and Lud allows is for the tourists, for the transient units to be transferred there. Right now, there's 30 transient units at Sunset Inn. 24 would be transferred to this site, which is 6 less than last time. We identified another thing was a concern about the density. So we've identified to reduce that density. We've taken 6 out of the equation, which was another thought was that's too many units for the 5.63 acres. So it's under the density. And then it will allow also the economic engine to do the affordable. And because of concerns about traffic, it also provides that all of the back of the house, the check-in, and all of the guest transportation will be done from Sunset Inn, being driven to this resort so that it truly is an eco resort where the guests are walking around. There aren't vehicles. The only vehicles that would ever be on site is an emergency vehicle if there needs to be a delivery for something such as linens, but the vast majority will be taken care of at Sunset Inn, thereby creating this serene environment. So of course, this change will allow for the Sunset Inn to be redeveloped, allow for the affordable housing to occur, and then allow for this tourist commercial use with a lot of adjacent properties that have amenities that we would incorporate into it. One of the things we put in the development agreement is that there can be no vessels that go to the property unless they're by a licensed island marauder captain, i.e., you want to go flats fishing for the day. There's one dock. We've agreed also no marina, but there's one dock. Flats guide from Bud and Mary's wants to pull up, pick up their guest. They're the right person to do it. They'll drive up, go through that channel around the backside, come in and pick up the guests, truly making this a eco-friendly resort. So we go through in the Flume Amendment, identify the requirements for a Flume Amendment and the historical trends of mixed-use development in the area, including the properties just to the north, which are all mixed-use. And we can identify that it meets the criteria for the Flume Amendment. So this amendment also would assist in the development of the affordable housing on the other property. And with the development agreement, combining it together, you get this great product, which is the 24 hotel units, 1 residential dwelling unit, accessory uses and structures that are limited to the guests. And then at the Sunset Inn, you get the 24 affordable housing units, 10,000 square feet of commercial retail, restaurant, or any combination, the accessory uses and structures for the hotel, and the off-street parking and landscaping for the resort guests. In addition, because we also recognize that there's significant work that needs to be done on the fills, and that we want to be part of the solution, but knowing that it's the village that needs to determine how they want to, how to address the future of the fills. They've agreed as part of the development agreement to donate $250,000 to the village to be utilized towards improvements to the fills. And finally, in order so that the units can be transferred wet to wet, the Sunset Inn was part of Casa Morada for years and years and years. In fact, they had
The other way around.
well, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, Casa Morada. Yep. So, but they were one property. They even had a sewage treatment plant that operated on both of them. Yep.
I am aware of that.
Yeah. And so they're currently under contract to acquire that property, and they would be unified again, which would make the property wet, and so it would be a wet-to-wet transfer. And so all we need to do is obtain the flume, the LUD, the development agreement. And so with that, let's see, I think I've covered all of this. No, the parking. Again, the only parking for guests will be on Sunset Inn. And now I'm at the very nice site plans. So I think at this juncture, if Victor wants to step up and give a presentation on it, if you want, I have all of these.
How are you? Victor Ballestas with T-Table Key. I think Bart took most of my thunder, so I'll be brief. Anyway, I think it was clear to us after we left the last meeting when we came in front of you guys, I think it was in September, October, that the original plan that we presented wasn't as well thought out as we thought it was. So we went back to the drawing board and tried to address all your comments to come up with something that was a little less impactful. And that's what we're here in front of today, right? That's what we're presenting to you guys today. So we reduced the size of the development from 30 units to 24 units, which was kind of the first step. We addressed the driving onto the island, which I think was a major issue because everybody knows that road is very narrow, by including the Sunset Inn property as part of the overall development, right? So like Bart said, instead of people driving onto the island now, you will check in at Sunset Inn, which is off-site. You'll be driven to the island by either a private boat or a private car, both of which we volunteer to be electric. And this is what the site plan for Sunset Inn would look like, right? This is our draft, which is basically rebuilding the commercial, retail, and restaurant, bringing Mangrove Mike's back into the fold if they'd like to. In addition to that, we would have a dedicated small check-in area for everybody that's visiting the island. And then the most important part of this whole thing is the 24 approved residential units, which would be the workforce housing, right? So, a lot of you have seen what we've done in and around Isla Morada, but we just delivered 280 of these units in Key West, and although it took us 4 years to get it approved, now that they're built, right, it's, everybody raves about the impact that the 280 units have created to the community. I would love to build 280 workforce housing units here, but I obviously understand that there's other issues in the village, but these are the 24 units that we'd like to deliver here, and we see this as a real 24 workforce housing units, right, where young professionals can come and rent a 1 or a 2-bedroom apartment, right? So that's how we'd like to develop it. So this is basic impact on the Sunset Inn property. Obviously removing the hotel units from the property helps, and we've discussed that with the neighbors, and they like the plan. So I'll go to the next one. So this is an initial rendering of what we believe the island would look like, which is, the 24 private villas with a small compact sort of check-in area with a restaurant on site that overlooks the pool. And then the rest of the island would be more outdoor, so people can walk around, you know, very similar to what you see in a place like Little Palm Island. I think the impact here is even less than what we're allowed to develop if we wanted to build a large home. So, you know, the units are small, they're compact, they are, you know, essentially a hotel room that's suspended over a cabana, and that's it, right? All right, so this is just a rendering of what the units would look like right now. You know, this could be in flux. We can move on. That's it? Oh. This is a diagram that I put together just for context of the size of the island. The area of T-table here that's outlined is the 5 acres of, or the roughly 5 acres of scarified land. That's very comparable to what you see in Little Palm Island right now that has 30 units. And we're proposing to do 24 units, so less impact than what you see at a Little Palm Island style resort. So I thought that would be helpful as a visual, just because it's important to understand that we're not looking to touch any of the mangroves, any of the water, nothing. This is just a development on the scarified land. All right, so the last one that I'd like to touch on is based on a lot of the rumors that I hear around town, right? And you know, a lot of what I hear is we're going to be impacting traffic, right? And the truth is that we're trading 24 units in Sunset Inn for 24 units at T-table. There's no impact to traffic there, right? If anything, it's less traffic because we're driving them ourselves from Sunset Inn to T-table. The only thing we're creating that's new is 24 workforce housing units. That's it. That's what we're creating that's new to the village, right? And yes, I understand it's 24 new workforce housing units to the village, but I think we need them, right? I mean, we've owned businesses in Islamorada for over 10 years, and you know, we have a hard time with workforce here. So that is the only thing that is created new. So I came up with just a top 10 truths for T-table Key, just to kind of dispel some of the rumors that I've been hearing around town. So one, yeah, this is a 24-unit eco-friendly resort. And what I mean by that is, you know, that's what people like to see these days. They like the eco-friendly part of a resort, right? So that's what we want to create here, and we're going to try to do that by, you know, holding rainwater so that we can, you know, use that for our landscaping. We're not accepting any motorized vehicles on the island, not by car or by boat, right? If you come here, it's because, you know, you like to walk around, you like to see the environment, you like to get on a paddleboard, you like to get on a kayak. If you're looking to get on a, you know, a 3-engine outboard boat and ride around Islamorada, this is probably not the place for you, right? So that's kind of what we're focusing on here. Number 2, the area to be developed is scarified uplands. We are not looking to tear down any mangroves. We're not looking to tear down any trees. It's just the scarified area that you see right now. If you drive around T-table, it's very clear, right, that there's nothing on that area right now except for some palm trees and one home. And that is the only area that we're looking to develop on. Number 3, all hotel units will be transferred from Sunset Inn. No new hotel units will be added to Islamorada. That's, you know, a point that I made clear a second ago. Number 4, parking will be off-site at Sunset Inn. Guests will be transferred to T-table by an electric vehicle or an electric boat. Number 5, T-table will benefit from a new sewer connection and the state-of-the-art cistern system to retain and reuse rainwater for new updated landscaping. Sorry to repeat myself. Number 6, we have a monetary contribution for the fills. Again, we'd like to see that improved, but we leave it to you guys to decide what is going to be done there. Number 7, the project has no new marina and no new dredging. This is something that I hear from a lot of people. We are not looking to dredge. We are not looking to build a marina. We are keeping the existing dock as is. And like Bart mentioned, which is number 8, we will add a deed restriction so that there are no powerboats that come to the island, except for licensed captains that know their way to the island and are there to pick up guests. That is it. Number 9, the project will generate significant increase to Islamorada's tax base and the tourist tax revenue with no increase in hotel density to Islamorada. We've just to that point, we've run Sunset Inn now for probably 6 years, if I had to guess. 5 or 6 years, something like that. And it's a great property, but the truth is that what we're doing here is we're bringing in a new quality of resort to the island that right now I don't believe is available. At number 10, the significant improvements will be made to Sunset Inn property, including new community-oriented retail and 24 approved workforce housing units. So, this is a point that I like to stress. We've built workforce housing in the Keys before, right? And today, with the way construction costs are, it's almost impossible, right? It's very hard to buy land in the village and build brand new workforce housing, right? Because we are doing this, we are able to afford to build 24 new workforce housing units. So, and those are approved. Those can come online as soon as we get the go to start. So, I just wanted to go through these 10 because that's what I've been hearing around town. I wanted to kind of dispel that. Again, we went back to the drawing board from the last time that we came in front of you guys. We tried to come up with a plan that was thoughtful, that we think is a net positive to the village, that creates no new traffic, that is environmentally sensitive. I hope we did a good job, but I leave it to you guys.
So, as Victor stated, we went back to the drawing board. We listened to you. We also listened to the neighbors. We had a community meeting. Some of you actually went to that community meeting. And I do believe that a lot of the neighbors that are here tonight are going to show that are here in support. So we would hope we get your support as well, and we welcome any feedback. Thank you.
All right. At this point, I think we want public comment first. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
All right. First up.
Sue Miller.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I disagree with any upzoning of property in Alamorada. It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. We have traffic issues. We have water issues. We have sewer issues. We have all kinds of issues. And it's hard for me to believe that you're going to put 24 families out on an island and not provide transportation to and from the island. Are you going to isolate them? It just, none of that plan makes any sense to me whatsoever. And this world-class upscale resort, how many employees are there going to be? Are there going to be 24 employees? I don't think so. I think that there will be lots more. Tonight was the first time I heard the word restaurant. Is the restaurant only for the 24 families, and how many employees does it take? That is such a special island. It broke my heart to find out that FEMA actually approved as a flood zone change on that island. We all know that that's a low-lying island, and that we had a village employee that said that the community had no objection to changing the flood map, but never bothered to ask anybody that I'm aware of. And so when you think about it, without that flood map change, which I think was absolutely the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of in my life, that now they can transfer development rights, which they couldn't do with the flood map the way it was in a V zone. They can also fill that island. I didn't hear a word about how they're going to fill it, but it floods. It floods in high tide. So of course it needs to be filled, but there are just so many things about this plan that made absolutely no sense to me. And so we're going to have more parking that's required for all the guests that come at Sunset Inn. I can tell you, I eat at Mangrove Mike's, and it's hard to find a parking place at Mangrove Mike's. And so now we're going to have 24 families that need parking there, and we need more, parking for the affordable housing. I don't know how any of this will make any sense. It's just unbelievable to me that we would do this in such an environmentally sensitive area. How are the fire trucks going to get to that island if there's a problem? There are mangroves on both sides of that roadway. That roadway cannot support our fire trucks, I don't believe. Thank you.
Who's next, please?
Hermine Zavar.
Hermina Zavar, Lower Matacumby, and I agree with Sue Miller. I cannot believe that you are even considering upzoning. It's incredible. If we don't stop the commercialization of the keys, there's going to be nothing down here for anybody to come to because it will be destroyed. But I see the writing on the wall, but that's my opinion. I think no more upzoning.
Next.
Van Cadenhead.
I'd like to point out at the outset that you have once again combined two items into one item, which limits me to 3 minutes to talk about what these guys can talk about forever, to try to defend Isla Mirada. Now, I would like more than 3 minutes because
You may have 6. Will you continue on, please?
Okay, 6 is fine. 6 I can deal with. Okay. Well, when this came up before you before, I pointed out that we did not have any kind of a statement from the fire department or the emergency services. Now, I have since talked to the fire chief, and he said that causeway that goes out to those 24 houses would need to accommodate 4 fire trucks, which that road does not do. It would have to be twice as wide as it is. Now, both sides of that causeway are beautiful mangroves lining both sides of that causeway. They would all have to be destroyed, in other words, for that thing to be expanded to where you could get 4 fire trucks out there, which is what's going to be required. Also, pointing out what Ms. Miller said about the FEMA upzoning from the V zone, which is what it's always been because it's been underwater, to an A zone, which can be filled and built on. And it was done surreptitiously out of the public eye. And I spoke to the planning director right afterwards, and she said that Sheila Dettencourt from the building department is the one that sat on the FEMA request, and it went through with no complaint. Did you hear about it? Did the council hear about it? No, they did not. And I'm really sorry that Mrs. Gillis is sitting as the head of this LPA, because she sold the Sunset Inn to Mr. Balestis, and I think she should recuse herself.
And why?
I think you should recuse yourself.
Why?
Because
I don't get any money out of this.
you have a conflict of interest in to make sure this you sold him the property. You sold him the property. You should not be in charge of this discussion. Okay. Well, and also, for 38 seconds, let's talk about the human remains that were found out there that nobody wants to acknowledge. The fact that it could be a pioneer, it could be a Native American, it could be a Navy veteran from the hospital that was there in 1840. It could be a modern-day murder victim. Nobody knows, and nobody wants to know, because you want to put 8 feet of fill over it real quick before anybody has a chance to have an archaeological examination of that island. I think it's horrible what you're doing, what you're trying to do, and if you feel Can I take my 3 minutes, my other 3 minutes now? Okay. Well, if you fill that island high enough to build those 24 units, to bring all the units from Sunset Inn down and put them in there, then the first time that you have a hurricane, all that fill is going to be on the surrounding flats around that island. It's just a ridiculous thing to do, a ridiculous thing to suggest. It's an environmental destruction, and the fact that you choose to ignore it for the fact that it's going to increase the amount of ad valorem that they're able to charge for that island. And Mr. Balestis made the deal before the T-table ever came onto the scene that he was going to build 24 affordable housing units on the Sunset Inn. That was done before before T-table was ever on the horizon. I mean, it might have been in the back of his mind, but it wasn't in front of the council. So now, suddenly we need to have T-table for an economic engine so that he can build those 24 units, which he already promised to build. I don't think that's correct at all. And you know, it's not a fair use of a historical island. You're not given the history of the island any consideration. You're not giving the people of Islamorada, the residents who have lived here and enjoyed that for all these years, any consideration at all, except for the dollar amount that you can extract. Instead of having a $150 a night motel room at Sunset Inn, you're going to have a $2,500 a night vacation rental down on T-table. Now, which is, again, the exclusive elitist enclave of Islamorada rolls on. This is not beneficial to the people that live here, who have always been here. It shows no respect for the environment, shows no respect for the residents, and it shows no respect for the history of this place. And I'm really afraid that once this is done, and if it goes beyond the council and this thing is approved and built, it will be an environmental disaster, and it will certainly not be beneficial to anybody in Islamorada, except the people that own the property. And you, Mrs. Gillis, are in a place where you can control how long the public gets to speak about this item, and yet you allow unlimited time for the people who are trying to do this project, which is, again, unfair. The same unfairness that you just showed with the Sojourn property. You combine things together. Instead of having 6 minutes, you have 3 minutes. And you wouldn't allow me to come back and rebut what had been given. Thank you very much for my 6 minutes.
Who's next, please?
Joe Wishmeyer.
Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. It's kind of a tough act to follow because a lot of my points are kind of the same as his. I just want to remind you all that, remember last time you voted unanimously. Of course, they claim now that they've changed a lot of their stuff around.
We didn't vote last time.
Well, it was deferred.
Yes, it was. It was actually withdrawn, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they withdrew their application.
And we did not vote.
We did not vote.
Okay. Well, as far as the flood zoning goes from a V to an A, again, I don't understand how one public official can say that the entire village had no objection. And I even ask you, the same thing Van did, were any of you contacted? Did anybody get your opinions? And you're the LPA, much less the council. God forbid it should come down to the individual residents. I know that I never had any clue. So now they actually have a better flood zone than I do. And I don't live on an island. I see the damage that's been happening. Look at the damage that happened in Irma. Look at what happened to Snappers or the Postcard Inn or even the Islander. How much damage was done to that? Now, how much damage do you think is going to be done to an island if another hurricane comes through, or maybe even stronger? So you need to consider that as well. Again, about the bones that Mark Gregg brought up, I thought there was supposed to be some sort of investigation to find out what they were or why they were or what was going on. And I don't understand how you can transfer rights from the Sunset Inn, which is a non-waterfront, to the tea table, which is a waterfront. Now, they've said that they were going to try to acquire the property behind them and then combine the two. What kind of precedence would that say for somebody who owns a house and there's, oh, some land in between me and the ocean, so if I buy that, now we can claim everything as waterfront and build bigger resorts and bigger houses. So I think that would set a very, very bad precedence. At the least, nothing should be done until they even do acquire that property, because I understand it's been tried before, but the price was too high. The historical importance of the old Navy base out there. You know, we're supposed to be preserving all of our historical sites. Well, this is a very historical site. If you remember what happened with Indian Key, that's where the Navy sent the barges from. If you're so concerned about the ad valorem taxes, well, why don't we do something with Legoland that I call that Sun Country building block, whatever it is. So we haven't done anything with the ad valorem taxes there, so that would be another thing to look into. So seems how the flood zone was approved, I suggested to the council it either should be rescinded or at least not approve any further development on that island. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next.
Armando Gonzalez.
Hey, you guys. How you doing? I'm not into politics.
State your name, please.
Okay.
Oh, you're supposed to say this.
Okay. Armando Gonzalez. I'm not into politics. I hate it. I'm up here because I heard workforce housing. I've owned a business in this community for 30 years. I've lived here for 30 years. I love Islamorada. I love everything you guys are doing. And I think that the project that Victor's doing will be a great benefit to our community. That's my personal feeling. There's all kinds of other feelings, but the workforce housing, my employees can't afford housing. And workforce housing we need. So I think it's a great thing that he's doing it. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Pierre-Marc Bellion.
Hello, my name is Pierre-Marc Bellion. I own businesses here in town, and I've been coming since the late 80s. I understand that some people are a little resistant to change, but I think that change happens, and the only way to control it is to embrace it and try to be in control. I was here in 1990 when Hubert Baudouin built the moorings. He had a vision, just like Victor has a vision, and he wanted to do something extraordinary that was on par with what the people of Islamorada liked. I think we're all proud of what the moorings is. We know what the moorings brought to the community. I was on the side of piers in Morada Bay in 1999 when the surveyors were looking at the property. It was a junkyard. Now it's pier in Morada Bay. What I'm trying to say is change is a good thing when you make sure that it goes the way you want. And I think we're lucky to have a project like this one. I just expressed the general vision. Now, more specifically, I don't see any impact either, like Victor said, because these units already exist. I understand that some people could be also reluctant to see hotel prices going from $150 a night to $2,500 a night, but you cannot afford staff nowadays with $150 fee for room. If we want to be able to keep our employees in town, we want to keep people here, we want to give them a decent job, again, we have to embrace the change, and we need to be able to charge more for the rooms, or all our employees are going to leave. I have about 25 employees. I'm losing all of them all the time because of the cost of living. So when I hear employee housing, I'm excited. So that's my point. I think we are actually lucky to have a project like this one. Again, change is going to happen. Things are going to happen. Let's make sure we control them. Let's make sure we have a vision. Let's make sure the people who build and develop the island have a vision. And if this vision is, sorry, I'm looking at the word in English right now. If this vision is caring about the environment, eco-friendly, everything I hear about it is, I think, fantastic, and I think we should promote it, support it, instead of oppose it. But again, I understand the reluctant. I just think it needs to be explained and agreed more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Lucina.
Anita, I need you to start the clock. We can reset it.
Hello, my name is Lou Senna, and I live in Islamorada between Chica Lodge and the Islander. I'm also a kiteboarder. My family lives here. They go to Coral Shores High School. I actually enjoy kiteboarding past tea tables, so I know Islamorada very well from the water perspective. I cycle to 3-4 days a week and up and down Overseas Highway. I'm here to support this project, and for a very simple reason. When I look at Islamorada, I see a quality that when you go further south, declines, and when you go further north, it declines. Islamorada has uniquely created a quality that doesn't exist, even if you just go a few miles north or south of Islamorada, until you get to Key West, and then it jumps up again. And I don't think that happened by accident. It happened by people that are doing things just like this tea table project to create a unique experience for Islamorada and for visitors that come to Islamorada. I look at Founders Park as an example. I mean, look at the wisdom that must have taken place to create Founders Park, adding quality to Islamorada. But that's not even the big win here. The big win is the affordable housing. How is it that we're going to get this great affordable housing in the heart of Islamorada and not have any impact? That's what's happening. No impact in affordable housing. From a very green environment to boot. So a project that is going to be using shuttles with electric vehicles and boats, a green focus on the entire development. And I hear of floods and things like that. My understanding, these villas are all on stilts. They're going to be above the flood regardless, and they're going to be built to all new code requirements, which is a benefit to Islamorada. It's going to preserve the quality of this lifestyle. And the last and final thing I'll say is, while that island is gorgeous, to have Victor and his family be the only ones that experience it, I'm sorry, that's selfish. I'm sorry.
How dare you be selfish?
Yeah, I mean, I still go to Pierre's, and I go to, I mean, to allow visitors from around the world to have this experience of Islamorada with that property is opening it up to the public in that sense. And so I support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Lisa Emmer.
Of course, I'm not going to agree with this crazy development.
Lisa?
Yes,
Lisa,
Lisa Emmert.
Thank you.
Port Antigua, Islamorada. Been here for about 20 years. When I first came here, I learned that the village was incorporated. You had your own council and everything, and you kept out all the chains as much as you could. You made it so that it was the quaint, fishing, environmentally conscious place. And that has changed a lot, sadly. Money has been a big part of what's going on here. And it's despicable because all the money in the world is not going to bring back the endangered sawfish that are dying, our pollutants in the water, too many people here, too much traffic, the fish that are dying that we still don't even know what is going on. So we don't really know what the long-term effects are going to be on our tourism, on our fishing. And that's something that the big money doesn't really care about because it's money. And it's going to ruin this, and it already has. Our snorkeling and our fishing and our commercial fishing, everything is at stake when all this development keeps happening. It's just being pushed aside. And you can say that it's going to be eco-friendly. No, it's really not. You're going to be bringing in, you're building new construction on this wonderful island. That's going to take its wear and tear. Sunset's been there already. You're building 26 new ones. You're just doing a trade on paper. I feel so sad that this could even be in question. You want to have, oh, you have this park and people can go kayaking. Well, put some money into green areas instead of looking at the money effect that you're going to have with making $2,400 a night rooms. We have all the beautiful resorts we need. We have, Islamorada is beautiful for the last person that talked, and we have plenty of people that are coming here and enjoying it. But remember, it's not going to be able to be enjoyed like it has been. It's already in a decline. It's in a big decline, and this development has to stop. Affordable housing, yeah, that's kind of a joke too. We're supposed to have affordable housing, and you're having 24 units put in for an affordable housing. Well, there's going to be a hell of a lot more employees at the resort. Other business people are saying we need affordable housing. Well, the 24 places aren't going to cover Blue Marlin or any of the other businesses. We do need affordable housing for employees and people who live here, and it's only getting worse. The focus here is too much on money and greed, and we're going to lose it all down the line if this doesn't stop. Am I out of time? Oh, good. And as far as the fills go, we definitely need to do something like that. I'd like to just go back to when the community was in an outrage on what was going on there with the day trippers and the garbage and, being used as a trash site and stuff. I'd like to look at an environmental test on the fills right now when there's been no human impact as much as there was. There hasn't been the amounts of garbage, people just using it as their party site and leaving. And they were no heads in the beds, by the way. They were day trippers for the most part. And it was trashed. And the community came together and stopped it. Thank God. It's better now because and I would like to, an environmental study would be nice to be on there just to see how the mangroves have grown and how things have improved just in that area alone. So we don't need to add more impact by more people. You can say like the fire truck stuff, all that. You can make it sound so sugar-coated and stuff, but it's not. The people that are going to be coming there and staying, are they not going to litter? Are they not going to walk in the mangroves? You're going to keep it all protected? The human impact, the footprint on this stuff has to stop. It's not going to matter down the line if we have no more coral reefs, fish species that are dying that we put on the table to eat, that we come to look at under a snorkel and a mask. I mean, these are big issues that none of us in this room really know exactly what the outcome is going to be, to continue to be. It's not good. And we want to add big resort stuff and more people here and more traffic. It's ridiculous. We need to protect our wonderful keys, and Monroe County itself also needs to look at the whole chain. It's not just the village. Like I said before, it's not just the village. It's just not Islamorada. It's the whole chain of islands with the developments, the human impact. Why aren't we more of a green chain of islands just in recycling alone? I was astounded when I came here 20 years ago that major resorts, major restaurants, none of them require recycling. That's just astounding to me. And it's so sad. And now we want to start talking about this big green, high-end, world-class resort. It's a little too late for some of the green stuff, especially when it's that kind of impact. I still have more time? You gave me 6
You got 20 seconds.
Oh, well, that's it for me. Thank you. I do not approve.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment, Anita? Anybody on Zoom?
No, no one else.
No one on Zoom?
Nope.
Nope. All right. The applicant can try to make it as short as you can.
Yes, very briefly. Just to address some of the comments. One, this is not big. It's 24 existing units. There's 30 actual existing units at Sunset Inn. We're utilizing 24 of the units. That is not a significant, big development, and it is green. It is providing for all of the eco requirements to be green, and that is the goal, is to provide a more green resort, something to be modeled after. As to the entranceway and fire, we've already had preliminary meetings with all of the staff, including fire, as to the sufficiency of the entranceway. It's wide enough. We're not going to impact mangroves. A fire truck can drive out there just fine. Once it's on the property, it can turn around. In fact, there's a lot of room to turn around out there. It's actually one of the easier turnarounds that I've had to deal with in the last 5 years. I'm dealing with affordable projects where we can't ever turn around. The flood maps. One, it's a ladder of map revision. LOMAR, which is an administrative function of the village when they sign that form, and it's based on the actual hydrographic conditions of the property. Here's the interesting fact. The new FEMA flood maps puts it in an AE zone as well. So when the new flood maps go into effect, it is still an AE flood zone. That is because the calculations of the hydrographics of the water, and then as the island slopes up, provides that it is not a high wave action site. This actually is based on the calculations an AE site. The map was in error. You apply for a letter of map revision when there's an error, and they correct it. That's what was done. And finally, as to the island itself, it's already developed. It is developed. It is utilized for tourist housing. It's a vacation rental property. It already is being used for this use. What we want to do is provide a better type of vacation rental use that can be enjoyed by more, and not just Victor and his family. So I can hope that you can provide a recommendation for approval of both the flume and the LUD, and provide whatever suggestions for the development agreement. We're here to listen to you and provide a product at both sites. And so that's why we provided this development agreement, to tie it together and to give you the ability to provide these suggestions so Jennifer can bring it forward to the council. With that, I thank you, and I hope you can approve. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're to our discussion. Cheryl, I knew you had a time frame. Do you have time to make your...
Let me start with this. Let me start at no. Not only no, hell no. Let me make it very clear to you. Do either one of you fly fish? Do either one of you fish? Okay, that's a premier bonefish flat. There are over 100 bonefish a day on that flat. Property out there, and already the people from that little place that you've got out the house on there have already begun encroaching on that. But there's conch colonies back out there now too. Nothing makes life worse for a bonefish flat than traffic. And putting this amount of effort on there. And by the way, Little Palm does not impress me, because Little Palm, prior to PT 0109 being filmed out there in 1963, that's how the power got out there. And it stayed okay with good bone fishing until they put Little Palm in, and then the bonefish went away. So you need to be aware of that. So you are already looking at destroying a place that has 100 bonefish a day that are currently in the county valued somewhere between $140,000 and $150,000 each annually, and the income they bring in. So there's $15 million for you. The mere concept that I had to look at an email today from somebody that said, well, I support it because they'll bring us top-tier guests. The whole concept that we're at all pigs are equal, but some are more equal than others, is irritating as all get out. This needs to stop. You have wonderful guests. Everybody that comes into this county is a wonderful person. We should welcome them, but you don't separate it out by the God almighty dollar. The concept of building on that island, which had 3.6 acres of upland area available according to the property appraiser, and then some other areas that were all fragile ecosystems, is appalling. I can't believe that you even think that this is a great idea. You need to take your affordable housing and create it back at the Sunset Inn. It's a great place. You've already got buildings. You need, if you already had at least 2 refusals, people that started pre-application processes and were turned down in 2019 and 2020. So I'm a little appalled that it came to us. The negative environmental impact of this is just overwhelming. I can't believe it's even considered. The mere fact that you think that you can take and put, let's see, that's probably 40 people a day minimum on the island plus the employees, and not have an impact on this premier flat, the fish and everything else that surrounds it, means you don't get it. This is like having a whole Conestoga wagon show up full of carpetbaggers getting off and saying, let me get my money out of here and go back. And if you don't know what a carpetbagger is, I refer you to the Civil War, but you can read Margaret Mitchell's novel, Gone with the Wind, or you can read John Jake's The Civil War series. It'll help you fill in case you had a Florida education and didn't know it. The TDRs that you're talking about transferring, the mere fact that you think that you can recombine the property, to take the TDR and make it wet again, Sue Miller, Deb Gillis, and I sat in and helped write that. And the intent was never, ever, ever, and it is in the minutes from the meet, because I went and looked, that the TDRs could not be recombined and remade wet. So I am not through on that subject yet. But no, you can't take anything off a wet lot, a dry lot, and put it on the waterfront. That was never the intent of that TDR. The change in the flood zone, I recognize the change in the point, but it doesn't make good sense because I know how much water that island goes under. I lived in Lower Met. I know how many times we couldn't get over the bridge to come back to go by Papa Joe's when it was raining like crazy. In a mild storm, that island's underwater. The fire safety is another issue. And by the way, I've been across that causeway many times. And I would not want to see somebody go out there in an ambulance, have to turn around and try to come somebody back when somebody's having a heart attack. I did have a conversation with Terry Abel today, and he wasn't wild about it either. So you've got a fire safety issue, and there's no way in the world anybody should let you dredge that place, nor do you want to go over there on another island. It's just the entire thing is so bad, so poorly thought out. The mere fact that you think you should put another house out there, that you should put more buildings on the water, we are taking time to get things off of the water, to make us storm hardened so that you don't have anything on an area that floods. This makes no sense whatsoever. Mr. Lesters, I'm sure you're a very nice young man, but the problem gets to be you don't understand the fact. I know you live in Miami and your kids are in school in Miami. You need to spend some time down here and let them walk around, and you need to see what's out on those flats. If you can't fly fish and you can't walk it and you can't snorkel it, and nobody in that organization needs to take a kayak and go across that flat when they see a boat pulling across there looking for fish. That's an $900 a day, and there's 10 of those boats out there, so there's at $8,000 a day just to be out there bone fishing on that flat. We have every tournament in the world. Tarpon are out there, bonefish are out there. We used to see redfish out there every once in a while, but it hadn't happened in a long time. But that is a premier flat. The fact that the conch came back is because things have begun to change, and this will destroy it, just like it destroyed the area around Little Palm. Do not give me Little Palm as an example, please.
Please. I know you get excited, but please. Okay. Who's next? Sure. Help yourself.
Of staff, Jennifer, you had mentioned before that the proposed development agreement, which I know has not been hashed out, worked out, finer details yet to come, but you had indicated that that was presented to us as part of the bigger picture of the whole project for review. And so my question to you is whether your recommendation to approve this was based in large part on the development agreement?
Yes.
And that raises a huge concern for me. And I think that's the end of the answers to my question, because within that development agreement, it is to run with the land only small pieces of it for a duration of only 10 years. So after 10 years, we will have rezoned this island and all bets are off. Respectfully, I don't think that we can have a recommendation based on a development agreement that only has a 10-year duration before it disappears and no longer is part of the land. The other issue I have is when this came before us back in September and the applicant withdrew it, in large part, a lot of our concerns were the fact that both the staff recommendation as well as the application was not based upon any studies. It was based primarily on affordable housing. The only study that I saw in this application was one pertaining to affordable housing. The analysis with respect to the concurrency for stormwater, portable water, so on and so forth, all said, well, we'll look at that later. Respectfully, under Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes, to have a flume amendment, it has to be based on sufficient data and analysis. And we have yet to see a marine eco study, which was one of the huge concerns raised by Mr. Hammond. We haven't seen any studies at all other than an affordable housing study. The analysis that was done is still based on a 2010 population census, and even then it said, we don't know. And yet another one with respect to traffic said, we're probably going to exceed it. But none of that comes forth. I mean, you have to mine and dig, and not a single one of the concurrencies can say, yes, absolutely. It was either non-information, or we'll figure it out later, or we're probably going to exceed it, and there are no studies by the applicant. And the onus is not on staff for that. The onus is on the applicant to provide those data and studies on which to base a flume amendment. And we don't have any more than what we did in September, which was a huge concern of mine then. It remains a huge concern of mine now, coupled with the fact that we have a development agreement on which we're basing this eco study. We have to have a combination of lots. We're not losing. I mean, the developer is not giving up 6 motel units. They're just going to say, we're going to put them on the other hotel site. So they're only taking 24 to the island, but they're transferring 6, and that's part of the conditions precedent to the development agreement, which only has a 10-year duration. So then we're going to have an additional density on that property that is a condition of what they want to do for T-Table and to build the affordable housing. I don't think our zeal and a correct desire for affordable housing can support this broad-based application when we don't have the other studies to submit it, and we have a development agreement, which staff has indicated they base largely their recommendation on, that only has a duration of 10 years before, pardon the pun, it sunsets, and is no longer going to be, the island would no longer be hampered by it. I just don't think, I just don't see that it can go forward with those acknowledgments to it.
Somebody from this side of the table?
Yes. I've got a couple of comments. One, the affordable housing argument or affordable housing promise is something that the county uses all the time whenever they want to get something that nobody else wants passed. When the public doesn't want it passed, they bring up the affordable housing aspect of this and claim that that's why they're going to approve this. And they always fail at it. The affordable housing is just a ploy to get things passed. And I think, I don't know about this case, it sounds like this may, I think the intentions are always good, but affordable housing should not be the reason this is passed. This should stand on its own merits. Affordable housing is something that should not be attached to these things because it is always viewed favorably, and then I think it clouds the vision or the decision-making by governmental bodies. Secondly, I mentioned earlier the concept, the real estate concept of coming to the land, and this particular application fits this, I think, more closely. What that means is when you buy a piece of property, you know exactly what benefits, what rights come with that piece of property. This piece of property, when it was purchased, was residential native, and the only way we should change any zoning or upzone area, change any of the categories of the properties here, is if there's some extraordinary rationale to it. We cheated them 30, 40 years ago out of this position, or something else. But just because that we're going to bring a world-class resort to this place is not a extraordinary rationale to change the setting here. So I think the owners, it almost sometimes it feels like. They buy a piece of property at a low price because, not a low price, nothing in Islamorada is low. And I think they paid $10 million for this piece of property. But buy a piece of property at a lower considered price because of the zoning, because it's residential, native residential, and next thing you know, it's a hotel. And that's, if you had to buy a piece of property that was zoned hotel on this island, this might be a $40 million piece of property rather than a $10 million piece of property. So it seems like perhaps this application is, there was a business mistake made, or a business decision made, or a gamble was placed on this piece of property. I'm going to buy it for $10 million, and I'm going to fight like hell to get it changed so I can put a hotel on there. And that if we don't approve this, you lose potential revenue in the future. But I don't think it is the duty of Islamorada, the village of Islamorada, to bail out, bad business decisions. And I think this may be one of those.
Jim?
Yeah, I'm still trying to kind of weigh some thoughts here. Give me a minute.
I have a couple questions. I just have a couple questions. So right now, Sunset currently has 30 units. Does that include Casa Morada? No.
Yes.
Yes or no? I'm getting conflicting things. One saying yes over here, my left ear.
No, it does not include Casa Morada's units.
So Casa Morada has how many? 12?
16.
Okay, so 16.
By rights, they have 18.
Yeah, market rate.
They're not.
16 transient, 2 market rates.
No, it's 16 transient with 2 transient that could be added but are not being used.
They're not developed yet. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's plus 2. What's your intention with that? Are those going to remain?
Remain.
And what, you're going to continue to use those as hotel units?
Just how they're used now.
Okay. Okay, just as a use.
Yeah, no change expected there.
So I guess my question is there's currently 30 units exist on Sunset Inn currently, correct?
Yes.
All right, and yet you're choosing to only develop 24 workforce housing units?
So we had the right to develop 31, but came to an agreement with the neighbors to only do 24.
I think the development agreement has 25, though. It's 24.
Right, I
No,
understand
the workforce you're saying.
For workforce,
Yeah, we negotiated.
What you're saying is that you had conversations with the neighbors, the few neighbors that are there, and they wanted you to downsize the density from 31.
Actually, I'm sorry, it was 41 to 24.
To 24.
Yeah.
That's significant. When we have a significant deficit of workforce housing units.
Yeah, they didn't.
A significant deficit.
But to be fair, the council at the time wanted us to get the approval of the residents, and the residents would only do it at 24.
I understand. I got you. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do hear what you're saying.
Let me add in.
I would build 200 if I could.
At the time.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The hotel was staying there
At the time the hotel was
At the
gonna stay.
time when that was negotiated with the neighbors.
With the neighbors.
30 motel units would be there in addition to 24.
Well, I could probably understand why they would be a little sensitive to that number of units.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to revisit if we can go back to 41 and renegotiate with them now that the hotel would be leaving, but that's not something that we wanted to do. Not at this time.
Right.
So.
I understand. I hear what you're saying. Okay.
Can I address some of the other comments?
I'm not the chair. I'm only the co-chair or the alternate chair.
I thought you guys were done with your presentation.
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
I didn't know if I should address some of the other comments, but it's okay.
You mean public comments?
So Victor, we're with 25 units over there on T-table, so that's anticipated that they're going to come as couples, so that's basically 50 people.
Yes.
I mean, how many employees do you anticipate that you're going to need in order to accommodate the upscale luxury requirements that these particular, let's say, 50 guests are going to demand?
Yeah, that's a good
They're going to
question.
demand, if they're paying big bucks, they're going to demand luxury accommodations and luxury service.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, I think I think we can base it on relatively what a hotel like a Chica Lodge would demand, but based on 24 units versus whatever they have, 150 units. I think our expectation, and we haven't drilled down specifically on this, is that most of that workforce is done like Chica Lodge does it, which is daily workers that come in by transportation. We would expect that there would be some workers that would work on the island that would also live in the workforce, but we don't expect it to be a significant number. Probably like the manager or the assistant manager or the food and beverage director or stuff like that.
Right.
But we're trying to develop these workforce units for it to be like,
Right. So again, you're not really answering my question.
Because I don't know.
I know. I was quite shocked when a fairly new eating establishment came into the community, and they have well over 110 employees. I was shocked that they needed to have that many employees in order to accommodate their needs. So I'm thinking, like, if you got 25 units with how many employees are you going to need to have on your payroll? And I think it's going to be more than 50, or I think it's going to be more than 24, even that you would even.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
So that puts more demand on workforce housing.
No. What I'm trying to say is I don't think that the majority of the workforce that's going to be working on that island is going to be staying on that island. And I think it's brought in like they do at Chica Lodge. I think there'll be a percentage of people that would work on that island that would stay in the workforce, but I think it would be a small percentage.
It's still people.
It's still people, and
Yeah, of course.
It's still people trying to traverse the highway.
It's the same as people that work
and I'm sure at some point those people are going to wish that they lived locally.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have employees at Sunset Inn. Like, hotels need employees.
Right.
So, I mean, we're getting rid of the units at Sunset Inn to do this, right? So,
You have more now? Later? You can add more, of course.
So
Tony or
I can
Tim?
I can comment. I'll tell you guys what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I've been out there and seen the house. I think something's going to happen there, and I'm seeing the current zoning that you have an opportunity. You're right to go out there and build this quote unquote mega mansion. And right now, if we have a development agreement, is it better to push this eco-friendly side of things that's being described to us? You brought up the 10 years, which is a little bit concerning to me.
Yeah.
Can I address that? So development agreements can only be a 10-year duration by law. That's the maximum duration. John Quick will tell you that. We're more than happy to have terms survive or be in a deed restriction that survives the development agreement. But as to development agreement, under Chapter 163, 3221 et al., the maximum duration of a development agreement is 10 years. It can be renewed in up to 30 years in 10-year increments. That's all you get is 10 years. But we can put a deed restriction that is required to be filed as part of the development agreement. And that's like the type of suggestion.
And that wasn't in the packet. That was, that proffer is being made now. That proffer, to be clear.
Well, and we're happy to put whatever terms you want into a restriction.
Can I ask one quick question while I have you up there? The affordable housing units, and I agree with everything Patrick said, so I don't want to fall down this rabbit hole too far, but are they HUD income restricted affordable homes or Monroe County? Okay.
Well, Monroe actually follows HUD. I don't know if you know that, but HUD and Monroe County are the same numbers. They are.
On your mic, on your mic, on your mic.
No, that's not how it operates.
But you have a higher income.
Sorry. And again, we just built 280 of these in Key West. Those are Monroe County restricted because we did not take any money from the federal government. The ones that we would be building here would be under the restriction of Isla Mirada, which Isla Mirada has a maximum per unit that we can charge for those workforce.
Right, but the income level
Monroe
is
County
staggered much and goes much higher than. I mean, I've looked at the latest Monroe County ones, and you have to basically.
But again, it's
I forget what the number was, but it is 6 figures to you can still qualify for affordable housing well into 6 figures.
No. So Isla Mirada has a very specific restriction that's $2,400 per unit, and you can't charge any more than that. So there would be
That's a HUD restriction.
She's talking about that's what you can charge, but Susan is talking about how much income you can make.
Depends on whether
Yes.
you're medium income or low income.
That's correct.
Totally different.
Commissioner Culberson's correct. It's all based on income. It's basically a formula based on 30% of income and family household size. So a
Yes,
two-bedroom
family
unit
size.
is assumed you have a household size of 3 people, which maximum rent is then based on the median income of a medium household for 3 people. If you're allowed to be moderate income, then it's 120% times the median income for a 3-person household size as provided by the median income as produced by HUD every year based on the American Census Survey. So every county bases theirs on the HUD numbers, and then it's based on household size. So when you ask the question, is it based on HUD? Yes, because that's how every jurisdiction bases it. But it's also, you can say, hey, we're only doing median income units, and then it's based on the income produced.
And that may have been a better way to phrase my question, thank you. Because I see low, median, and then, it kind of, it gets real high
If you do middle income, it can get up there.
Yes.
Middle's the 140%. So the county actually limits the maximum you can do in the county is 120%. Where he built his, they did 45%, sorry, 30% moderate. But anyways, so it's really about what those units are made of. Yep.
That's just but what we're really just talking about is that that's the maximum amount that you can make.
Correct.
And that's what you need to take into consideration.
It's a qualification.
So it makes the qualification. So here in the village, if you got one person and you're in the moderate, which is you can make $117,000 and still qualify to live in one of these units.
If
Right?
it's a moderate income.
If it's a moderate income.
If it's a low income, you will not.
But if it's a low income, it's $66,850.
That is correct.
Right? And a very low is $41,000.
Which is why my question was a horrible question. I acknowledge that, and I'm going to change it entirely.
Wait, can
And
we?
Again, I
wait,
didn't
can we
want to
hear
fall
you
down
repeat
this
that?
because yes, it was a horrible question. Is whether it is capped at very low, or moderate, and if there are any caps, or just they're going to fall within these parameters.
And that's typically at the discretion of the commission. And the reality is that if it's all low, so like when you do a low-income housing tax credit project, you're going to have 45% of the units be low income and very low income, and then 55% will be moderate. And then the low income units are going to be subsidized by those tax credits to be built because you can't finance a low income unit. The interesting thing is like, so the Key West Housing Authority just built 140 units, and their biggest issue is they can't find people that qualify anymore for the low-income units because the minimum salaries to work in Monroe County, because even waiters and the back of the house staff are going to pay $25 an hour for those jobs, and so they no longer qualify for the low income. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for the tutorial. It'll help me more than just tonight. I appreciate it.
No, I know.
I reiterate, I think we've gone a little bit far afield because I don't view T-Table as an analysis of affordable housing, but you've answered questions I've had on a lot of other things, so I appreciate it.
So Jim had the floor when
Sorry.
all of that started.
No worries. I'm learning a lot. No, I think.
Yeah, he's learning he's low income.
We got to represent.
Just kidding, Joe. Just kidding, Joe.
Yeah, someone's got to represent, right? No, I hear a lot of to be honest, before this meeting, I spoke to some, people in the community, young professionals, and it was all positive. And then tonight, I'm hearing a lot of things, and my biggest concern is it comes to the environment. But I'm thinking, I'm looking here at, what it's currently zoned as. There's an opportunity there to, with a minor conditional, something that we won't even see, to go out there and build a house that takes up 30% of the lot. And, I also see the development agreement to do this eco-friendly, facility. So that's just a tough thing I'm trying to weigh right now. When it comes to a lot of the things that are brought up, some of them are, not to go back to what Pastor Tony said, but, they're code complaints. When it comes to trash, pollution, those are things that I think we have facilities and code in place to take care of. If they're not being utilized correctly or at all in some aspects, maybe we need to do that better. But to take it out on an applicant or on the LPA, for that matter, I don't know if that's fair. Earlier, Lori brought up, our two biggest industries, tourism, commercial fishing. you know, that's something that I see in the application as well. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if this is an opportunity to do it the right way, or if it'll be just such an impact down the road.
So you're welcome, as we go farther down this, you're welcome to come up with other questions if you have a question.
I don't know if I have a question right now.
It's fine. If you
Well,
have
you gave me
another
the floor.
statement,
Yeah.
if you have another statement.
Yeah.
I just didn't want anybody to think that you get one shot at this.
No, of
Those of us that've been here a couple years, we have a tendency to step in.
No, of course. That's. I mean, maybe they're just talking points to get us speaking about it. You know, if he wants to clarify. I mean, I not to say, you know, I'm the new guy on this, but you know, I respect the experience that you guys have up here. You know, if something hey, maybe I'll jog a memory where, hey, look, we've seen something like this before, and it was a good experience, or hey, you know, we made the wrong decision. My fear is that in 20 years, something else comes in front of us, and it doesn't have this development agreement, and it gets pushed through, and it gets approved. You know, right now we have this eco-friendly, you know, facility being presented. And I don't really want to use the term facility. I mean, I use it a lot, you know, with my work, but I don't want to scare anybody with that word. But I mean, those are my thoughts. I think if it gets proposed down the road, maybe there's a situation where we don't have this. You know, even with the current zoning, like I said, we could have a house there that takes up 30% of the lot, and we would never see it. I mean, it would just be something that went through planning, and it would just be through a minor conditional use. And that could have a huge impact, you know, with no environmental ties. So.
Sure.
So Cheryl, earlier you made sort of a comment or a reference to a proposal that came before the LPA or something, and at some point previous.
Yes, I spoke with a couple.
On there, Mike.
All right, I spoke with a couple of. It was brought to my attention by several people around town that there were at least one, if not two, applicants that were turned down in 2019 and 2020 to develop this property because they wanted to put another home and three of their accessory. But the bottom line was the square footage was somewhere in the neighborhood of, it would have doubled what's out there now. It is nowhere near what they're talking about now. And because of the upland area, the fact that it's before they changed the flood, they couldn't fill it. And the last thing that island needs is fill. And the mere fact that I'm looking at two people that were told that they would not get through planning because of the conditions not being met, I don't want to set us up for further failure either. I see other people who've come before in 2019 and 2020 with the emails I'm looking at were told that was not going to work. So this is not like this is the first shot out.
Yeah, and that was with the zoning staying the way it was.
That was one of the planners pointing out to the questions that were being asked. You know, can we build on this? No, you can't. It doesn't meet, and it cites the different parts of the code. You know, single-family dwelling, caretaker's cottage, accessory uses, etc. So
with the current zone,
it's a very small acre. If you look at the property appraiser's website, I think it was 3.8 or just less than 4 acres that were actually considered buildable. The rest of it was basically goes into water every tide, or at least every high tide. There was just that, you add that into it. We've told people no before, and I don't know why we're saying yes this time, why I would even think about saying yes this time. But my primary objection, as I made very clear, is the negative environmental impact of any further construction on this island. Ray Brown should never have put that house out there. When it was put up, and I want to say it went up in probably 71 or 72. I'm sorry, I wasn't living here then. I had to base it off Bobby Eister's memory. But the house that's out there, at the time, I can't remember when the causeway went through, but the house that's out there is now quite large, has been added onto, and some other things have been done to it. But don't tell me how wonderful it is at Little Palm, because I know that the fishing isn't there anymore, and that we cannot afford to lose this flat or any of the fish in this community. It is our primary source of income. The hotels are full because people come here to go look or fish for those fish.
Right. Did you have?
I will agree with you with that. You know, my late husband constantly spoke about the decline in the bone fishing fisheries, and Jimmy probably remembers is looking through boxes and boxes of photographs of fish, because every time he went fishing with somebody, they got their photograph taken with a fish, and I had ended up with boxes and boxes of pictures of men. I didn't know who the hell they were, but some of them had some really nice fish.
I thought you were going to say
I didn't throw them away. I didn't throw them away because I was afraid. Like, that was probably history. But he did speak about the decline, and he was very adamant about my son not becoming a fishing guide because of the fact that the fisheries were declining. So I do understand where your thoughts and your opinions are coming from in that respect, Cheryl.
Otherwise, you might as well go to Orlando and see the pretend keys that Disney put up.
I was just waiting.
Sorry, go Tony. Sorry.
I'm just thrilled to realize that I qualify for affordable housing tonight.
I think we all do on this dais.
Yeah, so I would be hard pressed to make a decision either way tonight, quite honestly. I still think there's a lot more homework. You guys are to be commended for the work you did, for the response to the environmental concerns of the mangrove communities, to the causeway and that address, and you dealt those things. And Victor and I talked, just in fairness, so you know that we had a conversation. I like the concept. I do think we need to get some questions answered still. I agree with Cheryl. You do anything that's going to remotely jeopardize that flat. We talk about our two biggest commodities out here, tourism and fishing. So right now, those two are headed for a collision in that regard. So what can we do to address that? That's number one. The second thing is we can't just bounce over the fact that this was a historic site and that there may or may not be human remains on there. Listen, we dealt with this years and years ago. When Founders Park was becoming Founders Park, it was actually about to become Coral Shores High School. And then we started getting the idea about, well, this would be a great community park. And so they said, oh, let's put the school at Calusa Campground. You realize that the first spade that was stuck in the ground at Calusa Campground would have shut that whole project down, because they could have dug down 4 inches and begin to find Indian remains. We can't just ignore that, because I think you're going to spend a ton of time and money, and somebody at University of Florida, Florida State, is going to come back with a historical document and somebody with that authority to shut it down and go, no, this is a sacred site. And you're dead in the water at that point. So I still think there needs to be homework done on it. And I know it doesn't sound like it, but I'm trying to protect you guys. I'm trying to protect the flats around that area and the whole effort in the whole community. Because I think if we're going to do anything on there, this is the kind of thing that should happen on there, as far as the amount of homework you've done, the effort you've put into it to make it a quality project. But that doesn't take care of the need for the flat. That doesn't take care of the historical site issue. So I'm still in a quandary about this one. And this is one, by the way, and I'm going to get in big trouble probably for saying this, whatever decision we make on this will have very little bearing on what the council makes. That's one of the, I really believe. I believe this is one of those that's going to, So I rest my case.
Okay, my turn. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ask about we brought up like a deed restriction.
They did.
They did, okay.
Is that what you're talking about?
I just wanted to.
Deed restriction
Yeah,
on
what is that? What would that even look like? That would extend the development agreement? I mean, I'm sorry.
It would be basically, and Bart can correct me if I'm wrong, but covenant running with the land through a deed that sets forth parameters.
Housing, not the housing.
I know, we're not talking about the housing. Go.
Yeah, I think the idea behind protecting the flats was the deed restriction for no motorized vehicles, including boats, to come to the island. I think that was our way of resolving any motorized vehicles wanting to be in and around the island to protect the bonefish. So right now, the way we were proposing to do this is, if somebody wanted to take out a paddleboard or a kayak, they could do that, but there's no motorized vehicles on the island. So we thought that, or at least I thought that was the way to do that. So, I mean, if...
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. You do not want to go across that flat on paddle.
Yeah.
So does the same. And so does the surfing across, wind sailing across there. If you want to see a fish go off, well, or wind surfer go by.
Okay.
Won't see that school again for about 4 hours.
Anything else?
So the deed restriction he was referring to, which you did answer, but just to clarify what we're talking about, was some kind of deed restriction beyond the development agreement.
But
not
meaning there could be
a deed restriction on the affordable units. I was just making sure because we use
right,
that
meaning
term
there would be a deed restriction if the property is developed, that there would be no motorized vehicles, etc.
I know that there is the development agreement with the affordables, and I'm careful how I say this. I want to be careful when I say this, but I agree with when Patrick mentioned, that these, I don't think it should be that, I don't even want to say the smoke of the affordable housing, but I'm trying to look at this island as itself. I mean, the workforce housing is obviously something we need, but I'm still trying to weigh that environmental impact. I think it's, I resort to Pastor Tony on that and say that is a huge, huge concern of mine. And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So I think the appropriate would be a covenant and restrictions running with the land, not even a covenant and restrictions running with the land that would survive the development agreement. And I think everyone's comfortable within the confines of what we're
Well,
talking
no, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the clarification for the limits to that are being proposed.
Okay. Since Van thinks I'm in your back pocket, would you like to correct that thought for him? I'm always open to listening because that's our job here. But I have several concerns and questions about this project. One, when you speak of no electric vehicles except the emergency vehicles, before it was all electric vehicles except emergency vehicles. Before it was no guests would have a regular car, but my employees would. I didn't see that in this plan, that the employees would also park at Sunset and be transported. So that I just didn't see it. Maybe it's there. There was lots of paper. And I think that's an important thing because we talked about the number of employees and the number of employees, and I wish I'd had time and known exactly where to go. To be a 5-star, there are requirements. And I know you're early in this process of figuring out what you're doing and how much and how many employees, and you can't say exact. But a 5-star is more than 2 employees per room. So right there, that's 50. So we're talking better than 50 employees. And so even if they carpool, you're talking 25 cars? 20 cars, 15 cars that have to be dealt with, whether that's at Sunset or whether that's allowed on the island, because I didn't see that restriction of, all I saw was the restriction of your guests. The restriction of the boats, in your conversations this evening, I gathered that there would be no permanent dockage of boats on the property. Is that correct? That it would only be a pickup dock? Okay. The off-site parking in using Sunset, because it's, I don't even know how many miles that is, 5 miles, 7 miles away okay? I'm not going to walk it. Okay, 3 miles away. It doesn't matter. If it's over 500 feet, our current code says that you can do off-site parking for like 500 feet away and make an agreement. I understand the development agreement can go farther than that, but 3 miles, you're right, it's 3 miles, is a lot farther than 500 feet. And the quality, the economic status of the guests that you're shooting for, so that's the off-site parking, whether we're talking employees or guests. The off-site parking for the economic status of the customers that you are leaning towards, if I was one of those, I wouldn't want my car that far away. That's a long ways if I just decide I'd love to take the transportation that you're going to, but if I decided I want to jump in my car, that's a long ways. Let me finish. You may have more. You probably will have more. So I have some concerns about that, and I'm sure they do it somewhere in the world. Who knows? The unity of title between Casa Mirada and Sunset, it would definitely have to be a unity of title, something that could not be, wait a minute, Sue, don't assume that you know what I'm going to say. It would have to be a unity of title, something that could never be separated because of the fact of what you think that you can get approved by doing that. And I do understand that because it was there in the past, how that may come about, and that wouldn't apply to, there's probably not another property in the county that is set up in that situation that has that ability. So that would be an oddity. So I'm not going to address whether I think it ought to be the Sunset units themselves should be considered waterfront at that point. That's going to have to be some kind of call, but it would have to be a permanent unity. The other half of it is that those properties would have to be a permanent unity with the island. Because if you are going to create that as your parking and as your office, you can never, literally never separate it and it still operate as a motel out there, because what's the next guy? Not you guys. Once again, we have your word that you would do X, Y, and Z. But it's my belief that you're not going to keep it until you're my age. Okay? That you are going to turn around and sell it. And so what is the next guy going to do? If it's not a 100% tight unity, it can be separated. The road size is to be determined of whether or not you think the existing road is wide enough. I don't think so. You might have a little leeway to be able to stretch it a little bit without interfering with the mangroves, but that would have to be determined. I heard you say something about well, first of all, you said that the office, the check-in, and the parking would be at Sunset. But then I heard you say something about an office on the island. Not as a true check-in office, but as maybe just a place that people can, I don't know, something, an on-site manager office, somebody, because you can't tell me you're going to put 24 units out there without somebody supervising them. Trust me, you're not going to do that. It goes without saying that the affordables would have to be CO'd before the motel could be CO'd, not necessarily before you break ground, just CO'd. The number of employees, we talked about that. The number of parking spaces that you're going to need at Sunset, if you tear down the hotel and only put the 10,000 plus the 24, you might be able to get to that number, especially if you still the hotel or the affordables. So you have underneath parking. But you're looking at a pretty big number. Because of the fact that now you're talking the 24 units would require, I think it's 2 per unit, and you're looking at each motel unit, which I think is only 1, but then you have employee parking, and then you have the restaurant parking or the retail space, whatever that ends up being, parking. So that's a lot of parking. The human remains, I know you've said that you tried to go to the universities and you can't find anything in historical records about it. It has been brought up more than one time. And I'm like Tony, I think it probably needs to be checked out. Those bones could be anything from a chicken that died. No, Dave, Van, just bear with me. To something historical. But until it's, and I don't know how you go about that, but it is one of the concerns that's going on. This project, in my belief, and I have stated this in the past, Victor, I'll speak to you direct on this, is that it needs to stand alone. And I understand that we have this huge need for affordable, but it needs to be able to meet all the bells and whistles all by itself, and the enticement of the affordables or the enticement of helping with the fills, all of that is wonderful. And I understand that you need the project, the island, in order to help make the affordables happen. I understand the relationship, but that doesn't mean that the affordables should be the driving factor in my book for the island. The driving factor in my book is the island itself. Tonight's conversation isn't about Sunset. It isn't about Casa Mirada. It isn't about the fills. It's about the island. All of that being said, it's a bigger project. We don't get to vote on all that bigger project, but it is a factor that we have to take into consideration. Do we, yeah, 24 is just a drop in the bucket of what we need in housing. But as I said, when I said even on an affordable committee, 1 is better than none. 24 is better than 1, and 100 would be wonderful, but we don't have that in front of us. You are offering to try to build 24. We don't have any definitions, I don't believe, in our code of you are given 24 deed-restricted affordable units, and it doesn't say whether or not they would be low, medium, or high. I don't believe. I'm working off of some memory here, but okay. Do I think that we need another a more high-end project than what we have in this town, that's a business decision. That should not be our decision. Do we think that the parking of the cars is too far away? That's really a business decision, not our decision. That doesn't mean that all of us think about all of that stuff and ends up being part of our discussion. Environment is very important out there. We have to, I am a believer of environment, but I am also a believer that we can't stand still, and that, as Jim was saying, that this is an opportunity to do a development that's green, that it needs upgrades out there. Sunset needs upgrades. We know all of this is going to happen someday. But are we ready for the way you want to do this? I don't know. We are an advisory board, and as I told you privately once, you really don't need our approval. I know you would like our approval, but we are an advisory board, and more times than not, the council doesn't necessarily listen to us. But we do get to voice our opinion, and the public gets to voice their opinion here. That's all I got for right now.
Can I make one comment?
Okay, sure.
I mean, sure. A lot of this discussion that we've been going through, it seems like we're talking past the sale. We're talking about what's going to happen, how many parking spots, is the road wide enough? And I've yet to, maybe I missed it, but I have yet to hear what the compelling, extraordinary reason is that we should change this zoning.
I agree.
Has anybody told me that?
That's an applicant question, I think.
Yes, well, I have not heard it, or did I miss it? What's the question? What is the compelling, extraordinary reason to change the zoning?
There is none. The truth is this, it wasn't a business mistake. It was a personal decision to buy that island, right? And I bought that island during COVID because I thought it was a great island and it was a great investment. The idea of this resort was me trying to come up with something that I thought that everybody here would love, and something new that I think would be a great addition to the village, period, right? If it doesn't get approved by the council with, whatever you guys recommend or not recommend, then, we probably will be in front of you with, actually not in front of you, because we don't have to come in front of you to build a big house. We'll probably tear down that house, we'll still bring in fill, and we're going to build the big house. And, at that point, nobody gets to enjoy the island. My dream of a resort is gone, but it is what it is. So
I accept that, but my point is, I thought that for us as LPA, to change zoning, to change the FLUM, that we need an extraordinary and exceptional rationale to do that. I have not.
Yeah, I don't think that there needs to be an exceptional rationale for a rezoning, because I was in front of you rezoning Parmalee, and there was no exceptional rationale there. So I don't think that that's a requirement for a rezoning or a FLUM change. It's whatever you guys feel as a recommendation to see what's best for the village. If you don't think that this is what's best for the village, then recommend against it, and we'll get a vote, and we'll decide whether we do this or not. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Somebody want to make a motion?
I move to deny the application for the change. How are we going to, which one's first, the FLUM or the zoning?
We always have to do the FLUM first.
We have to do the FLUM first? Okay. Which page am I on?
Well, we move to deny.
Okay, we recommend denial of the change to the FLUM for the property as presented by the applicant.
To leave it as...
leave it as it is.
Okay, to not change it to mixed use. Why don't you add that in?
To not deny the application for change.
Yeah. Okay. We have a first.
Second.
We have a second. You have roll call.
Cheryl Culberson,
Yes.
Patrick Foley,
Yes.
I had to think through it.
Tony Hamlin,
No.
Susan Raffaello,
Yes.
Jane Fran,
No.
Lori Lalonde,
No.
and Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Motion to deny passes 4-3.
Okay, John, we now have turned down this flum. Do we need to vote on the zoning?
I think you should, because it's pending as a recommendation before the LPA. I mean, obviously the rezoning is contingent on the flum change, but
Right.
I think we should have a separate motion on it.
Okay. I need a motion on the zoning. I'll make
Motion
it. Okay, go ahead.
What are we on?
I'll make it. I'll make a motion to deny the zoning change to tourist commercial as presented.
Second.
I have a first and a second.
Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Susan Raffaello,
Yes.
Cheryl Culbertson,
Yes.
Patrick Foley,
Yes.
Tony Hammond,
Yes.
Lori Lalonde,
Yes.
and James Fran.
Yes.
Motion to deny passes 7-0.
Thank you. It's always difficult to make a motion that's the negative and vote yes on it. Sorry. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your time. You need to, all right, thank you. Thanks for staying, Cheryl. With Cheryl's leaving, we still have quorum, so we can continue on. Cheryl, you can call in. Are you going to try to call in? Sure.
Am I calling in on Zoom or calling?
Yes. Okay, but we're going to move on. You okay with that? Because hopefully we'll be done before you. All right. Tab, it's not tab. It is tab, but number
E.
E.
Yep, and just as a reminder for the public that if you are intending to submit public comment, you're required to have your public comment cards in at the time that each agenda item is called.
Thank you.
E is an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations of Article 4, Administrative Procedures, Section 30-221, variances in general, for the village code relating to variances from minimum lot area requirements where workforce supportable housing is provided, providing for the repeal of all code provisions and ordinances inconsistent with this ordinance, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the Florida Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon approval of this ordinance by the Florida Department of Commerce.
Thank you. As you may recall, this a similar ordinance was before the LPA last year, and then went before the council, and then last July was not approved by the council in its standing then. The council asked staff to take a look at bringing this ordinance back with the change to allow it for affordable housing projects only. So that's what you have before you this evening. There are 6 parcels in the village which would be affected by this allowed variance. So the proposed amendment is consistent with the approach in many municipalities to allow for an opportunity to seek a variance in connection with minimum lot area requirements. An applicant will be required to meet all the standards associated with variance relief noted in Section 30-221 of the Village Code. In addition, a lot area variance would be limited to the maximum of 5% or 250 square feet, whichever is less, of the minimum required lot area standard, and would only be allowed for the creation of affordable housing. At this time, staff recommends adoption of the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, this just makes sense. We've had this before, so we had this discussion. There's only a few parcels that that this would be applicable for. And now with the restriction to only allow workforce housing, that's an even larger benefit. So you're not going to be able to build a residential home on it. You're just going to be able to build something that we need. So I think it's a no-brainer.
Do we need public comment?
We do. Do you want me to go to put?
Oh, yeah,
Before we
that's
all
right.
got started.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little.
Well, we'll take a timeout. Do I have public comment on this? Oh, I do? Hang on.
Sue Miller.
It was a year ago.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I think this is something that was already rejected, and now it's limited to affordable housing. We always take advantage of the word affordable housing, and if it was restricted to only those properties that could not otherwise be built on, it's one thing, but to keep adding a variance, it just doesn't make any sense to me. They can still ask for a variance, right? So I don't understand why you would do this. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
No.
All right. Anybody else? Do you want to repeat anything, or anybody else have a comment? I'll go if not. Jim, you got anything you want to say about it?
I'm okay. No, I think Lori touched on it well. I think we already looked at this, and now it's coming back with a little bit stricter. I think this was at Jennifer. This is the council's request, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we did look at it. It was a little over a year ago. I think at the time we overall approved it. It was a 5-2 from what I could see. Mm-hmm. I think with a little more restriction on it being affordable, yes, we do a lot of allowances for affordable, but it seems like we need to in order to make any headway on this. So I agree with this also. Anybody else? I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Roll call. Tony?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think she's in a position yet to be able to, so we'll skip.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
You did. Yes. That's all right.
Motion passes 5-1.
All right, moving on to the next tab F.
Yep, this is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations, Article 2, Rules and Construction and Definitions, Section 30-32 of the Village Code, relating to fronting, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This item is also being brought at the request of the council. There was some discussion at the last council meetings related to what the term fronting means in the village code. We'd previously been relying on the dictionary definition, although there had been a determination unrelated to what I would call a land use application, but related to an address change for a property that was originally had an address on the old highway and sought an address change onto US 1 and used the term fronting and allowed for the address change because there was an unbuildable lot between the old highway and US 1. And the council had asked for us to bring back an ordinance to put a definition into the code to clarify and confirm that fronting means that you are actually adjoining or adjacent to that, adjoining that, whatever the location is. And so the definition being added is quite simple. It just says fronting means the front of a parcel, which is adjoining a specified location.
Okay, public comment? Did Van, you got your sheet in?
I'm not sure I got my sheet in on this one.
Nope, sorry. We've repeated it twice tonight, so sorry.
Joe Wishmeyer.
Joe will pick up the slack for you.
Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. This has been discussed a number of times here, and I think this could really start a bad precedent, just kind of like what we're doing with the waterfront property. Well, if it's an unbuildable lot between you and US 1, that should be self-explanatory. You're not on US 1. There's a lot there. Well, what's going to happen if there's a house with another lot? Can you buy that and then turn both of those lots into frontage? So I think you really need to be careful on what slippery slope that you're going to go down or what precedent you might get started here. Fronting means it should be you go out onto US 1. Nothing to do with the old highway. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, did you have a comment?
Just to be clear, that's what this definition does.
Right.
I disagree with that, which at this point I guess shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I'm
like, yeah, I'm not reading that either.
I watched the city council meeting where this was raised, so I feel like I've got a good handle on what the issue was. And I also understand why the council needs a definition or would like a definition of fronting. But here we have the word adjoin, and when I heard John get it confused with adjacent, it doubled down on my concern because adjoining and adjacent are typically synonyms, and you go to our code, and what does our code say? Adjacent land means a parcel of land sharing a boundary with another parcel of land. Sounds good so far, but it goes on. For the purpose of a plan, an intervening road, right-of-way, easement, or canal shall not destroy the adjacency of the two parcels. So when we have the parcel that I understood was being discussed, but even take out that particularity away, we've got an old highway, then we often have a right-of-way or an easement with that median, and then we have US 1. This definition does not do what I believe the city council wanted and what to me personally makes sense, which is what Joe just said, fronting means on. If we leave it as adjoining, we're gonna just lead to, we're just gonna create the same problem we're supposed to be, that the city council wanted fixed, which is what does the word adjacent land mean? And
That's why I use the term adjoining instead of adjacent. Sorry.
Right, but even you in your intro accidentally used the phrase adjacent, and there is no definition of adjoining in our code. So whether it's adding in a definition of adjoining.
You can always say there's no definition, and then you just create another definition and another definition and another definition. At some point, you just had to use common sense and turn to the dictionary definition. Adjoining is not adjacent. We have a specified term, definition of what adjacent is. And that's specifically why I used the term adjoining. If we were to use the word on, I mean, that could mean it's physically on top of the road. I mean, again, there's always going to be some sort of argument that you can make, but at some point we have to try to use some sort of common sense. I mean, the issue that Mr. Wishmeyer raised about unifying properties across roads or canals, that's a separate issue that frankly would require a code change, which could do a code change that takes out the ability to unify properties across roads and across canals. But that's not what this would do or fix. I mean, that's a totally separate issue. This is, can you utilize the fact that there's an unbuildable lot to say, oh, you know what, we are in fact on US 1.
Well, I don't know, John, that I agree with the interpretation of Mr. Wishmeyer's comments. I heard him to say if you had two adjoining properties, one of which was on US 1 and then the back lot, for example, was not on US 1, you can combine those two lots, you've got twice this density, and you can now have twice the project because you're fronting US 1. And you can have different options for your project. I didn't hear that the concern was leaping a canal. That concern is my concern by the use of the word adjoining, which gets very confused with adjacent, because only if you go down the road of adjacent do you start jumping easements, rights of way, and canals to be able to say what you're fronting on. I don't mean this to be critical. I'm just trying to fulfill what I understood the village council wanted to do, which is to get a definition of fronting, which was very clear, not subject to debate by folks, and share a boundary with. It seems. I understand that adjoining is a different word than adjacent, but without a definition of adjoining, people are going to look to the next best thing, which is adjacent in our code. I just don't think it's as clear as what it could be.
Could we say directly attached to?
Yeah.
Great. I see that in real estate all the time, where people feel as though that they have an oceanfront property or a bayfront property just because their property adjoins or their boundary line attaches to a homeowner's park. Well, that's not waterfront. They got a water view, but they don't have a waterfront. But in their mind, they think they got water frontage. Right? Because they say, well, I'm adjacent to it. Like, well, yes, but no. So I can see the same kind of argument. I mean, I think it needs to share the same boundary, share the same boundary line. There needs to be a line that's definitive.
Let me make a comment. I think that this discussion here proves that it is not clear.
Yeah, it does.
Pardon?
Okay, so.
Madam Chair, I had no idea that this was going to be discussed tonight, and I would have put in one of these.
It was tab F on the agenda.
Okay, put in tab F, but I did not realize it was fronting, which I've already addressed in front of the council.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down.
We do have public comment, though. You already had public comment, though. I thought there's a thing.
No, I don't.
We have more public comment.
I asked you, and you said you didn't. I asked if we had any more. Sue.
She had one in, but we started rambling after.
Yeah, come on.
No,
Sue, you had one in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I agree with Mr. Foley. This is creating confusion among the people that are the most knowledgeable about land use. Can you imagine what it would do to the applicant? I just can't see how you could pass this until it's really clear. Thank you.
Nope. Nope. Not going to do it. When she's chair, you can speak. All right. So, John, what do you recommend that we do? Because obviously we can just flat out deny this because we do not agree with the term used. And then you, either way, you can take it to council and either get them to agree or disagree with the terms that you've used.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a vote up or down. I mean, I would point out, I'm looking at the dictionary definition, and adjoin and adjacent are different. I mean, adjoin is to be next to, and adjacent is to lie near or near. So, I mean, near and next to are totally different.
Okay. So,
But yeah, whatever you guys want to do, and then we can bring it forward to the council with your recommendation.
so we're supposed to vote one way or the other. We can take it with recommendations like we've done the others, or we need to vote it up or down.
I think we do, I mean.
Jennifer, do you have any? Do you have
make a
comment?
motion to deny.
Wait. Sorry, a young gentleman.
Jennifer, do you have a comment on it?
Only that, the council saw this exact language. John and I brought them several different options, and this is the one that they chose, so.
Well.
Did we ever, I'd like to be honest.
We have been known to disagree with them before.
Yeah, no doubt.
If that's what they've chosen to do, why do they need us?
Yeah, let's say this, because we deal with it a lot when surveying and construction. You know, the land planning term, I believe, is a boundary line. We should incorporate that, and if that was already brought to them and they didn't like it, then
We can deny it and recommend that they use the word boundary line.
Could we be, maybe the optimist and approve it with the recommendation of using the word boundary line with the, I don't know if that's possible.
If I'm hearing it right, doing a mental survey here, it sounds like that nobody wants to approve this phrase, this definition.
I gotcha. So it's better to deny it with
so that would be, we need to either approve it or deny it. Then I can add, when I report it, that we denied it, but if you change the word,
gotcha.
We would approve it. Fronting.
Frontage is
And I would ask that you, if
kind of
you
is given
do,
to
I
us
would
before,
definitely ask that you
I'm
make
sorry?
a recommendation so that it can be presented to
Okay.
the council, and they can
Yes.
they can decide.
What was, Jim, what was the phrase that you used? The boundary?
Yeah, boundary.
Boundary line. Okay. So I still need a motion.
Hold on, John. I think John's trying to talk too.
Deny.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they need a little more than that, or I think Deb would need a little more than just the boundary line. I assume you're saying the boundary line of the front of the parcel touches the boundary of that specified location or something like that.
Yes, something along those lines. So.
No, thank you. No, I think, we read the room, we saw what happened.
No, make a motion.
I don't want to deny it and then it come back, so I would say that
It
my
won't come
motion.
back to us. It's going to council.
So my motion would be to approve it with the change in verbiage, as I know John tried to get it off. I kind of heard it piecemeal, but with the boundary line assumption and that being,
Changing the verbiage to boundary line.
yeah, that would be my motion.
Changing the verbiage to that the fronting means that the front of the subject parcel boundary line is.
I don't think we have to come up with the exact verbiage.
Yeah, I don't want to.
I'm still confused. I say we deny it and add that language, suggested language in.
I think the council's going to try to get this. It was brought to us for a reason. So if
Right, no, they're going to adopt something.
Yeah.
But I just think that what is here does not address even the very specific issue that was before him at the time, and is going to lead to more debates among council and staff than it would if we had a bit of clarification in it. So in my view, I think this gets denied, and when it's reported to council, Deb can indicate it was denied, and that the LPA, the reason for it is due to the ambiguity with the word adjoining, because there are different dictionary definitions of it, and suggests that it share a boundary with or something similar. And then the council is going to do what the council wants to do.
Okay.
So
can I redact my motion and try again?
So he's going.
Okay, so I was going to say, just so we're clear, you had a motion on the floor, so I didn't want us to.
I'm going to redact.
Sign your motion, and you're going to make a new one, correct?
I read the room. My motion is going to be to deny with the recommendation that they rework the verbiage to associate the term boundary line. And that's it.
That's perfect.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Last item.
Santa?
Jean Fry.
Yes. Yes.
Susan Rathbella.
Yes.
Patrick Foley. Yes. Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Tony Hannon.
Yes.
And Lori Lalonde.
Yes.
Motion to deny passes 6-0.
Okay. So the only other business that I think this board needs to be aware of at least is that at the June, assuming nothing changes, the June meeting, there will be a vote taken on the seating arrangements at this table, not arrangements, seating, what's the phrase I want to, who will be sitting on term, what terms that we actually have. It was supposed to be a
June
two-year.
council meeting, you mean?
Huh?
They're just
The
ratifying
June
it.
council meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant your June meeting.
No, the June council meeting, I'm sorry. They will be voting on our terms. There were supposed to be 2-year staggered terms. No definition, no explanation of how we were to get to staggered. So now they've decided to at least start it off with a 3-year and a 2-year. I think we all received an email, just so everybody is aware of that going forward. And with that, is there any other business from John? You're still online?
Yep, nothing from me. And again, I want to thank everybody for letting me attend via Zoom. And I was say sorry for that, but it was just a freak accident. And, but thank you again for working with me.
Well, we're just glad you're able to attend, and
Yeah.
it wasn't that freak of an accident. So.
Thanks, John, and hope you feel better.
And Jennifer,
Thank
do
you.
you have anything else?
Nothing, just your next meeting is scheduled for June 10th.
June 10th. Okay, and anybody at the table have anything? I need one motion.
Move to adjourn.
Yes. And a second?
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
A show of raising.
All in favor? Yes.
Yes.